Hello, hello, hello. Good to see you guys. I'm gonna wait for a second per usual. You guys know how I do. I like to wait just to make sure that we're all here, just to make sure that everything is going properly. Sometimes it takes a second to start, so I like to wait a second. Not sponsored. That was just an accident. That was the ad playing on my other screen. We could start it now. Are we good? All right, we're good. Sometimes it takes a second to start. How are you guys doing? Hello, hello. Before I even get into any pleasantries, we're gonna say first things first. This is not to attack any players for playing specific champions, heroes, or playing specific ways. I want to just get that out the way because sometimes people pick a character in a game and everybody attacks them for picking that character. It's not about that. People can play what they want. Second, it's more related to ranked, not quick play. Quick play is meant for practice and meant for having fun. So, you know, quick play experiences, I'm not really taking into account because that's not really where you go to try anyway. So those are the two things that I just want to get out the way. One, I don't want to see nothing where it's like, well, Papa said on his tier list of who throws the most that it's Spider-Man. So you don't pick Spider-Man. I'm raging in chat. No, that's not what I'm saying. And then obviously, like I said, leave people alone for playing quick play because that's how it is. And then we got that out the way. How you guys doing? Hope you're having a great day or night. This is gonna be fun. This is not gonna be my personal only tier list. I want you guys to, if you guys have any stories, to share your stories. We're gonna be doing this together because I honestly do not know. I have a few characters that I want to put in certain spots, but you know, we're gonna be doing this together. So hopefully you guys can give me your opinions on stuff. Hello Zaya, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Omri, hello. Donetch, good to see you. I think I said that wrong. If I did, I apologize. But salutations to you too. Snipey Sniper, hello. Spider belongs in Hall of Fame, don't deny it. Oof. Oh, you know, we'll get there. But I had a conversation in Discord talking about Spider-Man. We'll get there, because I think it's funny. Now, obviously, I've personally played all these characters. I've climbed many times with all these characters, so I have personal experience as well. It's not just, that's why I think this will be really fun too. It's not just the observing, but I actually have played them. And you know, sometimes I felt like I was a little bit of a troll. Sometimes I felt like I was a little bit of a thrower. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. So this is gonna be interesting. It's fine, just Don works. Okay. I feel like that's bad. Dan, that's what you mean, right? Dan, not Don. Who actually who writes their name D-A-N and means Don, like D-O-N? Poppin', your brain is a mess. Dan, I got you. I'll call you Dan from now on. Thanks for the correction. I love Spider-Man. As far as rivals go, hope he, whoa, Dan, relax, bro. Jesus. That's wow. Monkey, hello. Pathalo, good to see you. That's wow. All right, so we have a few tier lists here. We have Hall of Fame. These are the ones that they're like the best of the best, the Hall of Fame. We have the All-Stars. You know, they can't quite make the Hall of Fame, but they're better than everybody else. We have professional athlete, you know, they graduated, they earned their stripes, you know, they're gaming. Then we have the minor league, we ain't there yet. Then we have the bench warmers where it's like, you know what I mean? I'll do whatever you need. What do you need from us to win? Because I'm just trying to watch and get that W. So this is where we are right now. Let's just get into it. Let's just start. So the first character that we have is Adam Warlock, Mr. AW. Okay, so Adam Warlock for me, again, tell me stories if you guys got him. Also, hello, Cloudy, good to see you. Adam Warlock for me, it's rough because A lot of the Adam Warlock players that I've played with, and this is high and low rank, they refuse to swap. And like, they refuse to swap until you lose or until you're very close to it. And I don't know. It's like they know that it doesn't really work sometimes, and then they just want to be stubborn. And it's like, you know, I'm not swapping, I can make it work. And it's like, you can't. Your whole team's KOing because there's not enough heals. Can you swap? And the worst part is they don't even type anything. I don't know. Look, what's worse? Someone like not swapping and typing why they don't want to swap, or someone who's like not swapping can see the destruction of the whole entire game and is just staying silent. I don't know. I think I like the person that types, because at least they acknowledge that you know, hey, I see what you guys are saying, but I don't care. Versus just like the one that doesn't type is just like, so you don't want to win? Are you just trying to lose, fam? Like, where are you going? Can we just forfeit it? If you are not trying to play, can we just like forfeit the game? Like, so with Adam Warlock, for me, that's a hard one. That's a hard one. Now, I have had good Adam Warlocks. I have. But that's only because the team plays something to accommodate that Warlock. So it's not because the Warlock played really well. So I don't know. But I don't like going against him, though. I'll say that. Going against him is a pain. That bond is a pain. You don't really have a problem with Adam? I'm shocked. Hey, what's up? Hello. All right, coming back to Throne of Liberty. Probably not. It's not about playing it. It's more about content-wise, and I might not. But I'm not sure yet. I still have it, though. And I still hop in. But I just haven't made content on it for a while. I've seen the average Adam Warlock. Adam players are either goated or he's playing with his feet. It's not in between. Cloudy, that's toxic. All right. Okay, so Omri hasn't had a problem. Cloudy says it's on and off. I personally always have a problem with this character. Like, always. All right, you know what? We'll give professional athlete, because you know what I will say is that they might not swap, but what they'll do is they'll try to do what you want them to do. And, you know, that's credit that I'll give to Adam Warlock players. It's like, when people play him, they may not do that well sometimes, but if they don't do well, they still do their best to accommodate and be like, how do you guys want me to play? I might not swap because I don't care about swapping, but, you know, if you want me to peel, you want me to, like, come over there, want me to deal and take out that target, you know, they're more willing to mold their play style for the team than like, even if they don't swap. And, you know, I respect that. I still wish that they swapped, but I respect that. So we'll put him at professional athlete. You know, he's not crazy, dude. Forget my entire team. I hate everybody. But he's also not like, I'll do whatever you guys need. I'll swap if you need it. He's not like that. All right, next we have Black Panther. Jesus. Okay, Black Panther. And I play Black Panther on my DPS account. That's my man. Black Panther has like two types of players. Okay, so when we're talking about Black Panther, bro, we got the Black Panther that is a one-trick god, and then we have the Black Panther that's like, I want to try to play Black Panther. There's not really an in-between. You have the one trick and you have the I want to try. And so what I've noticed is that one-trick Black Panthers are more inclined to swap than non-one tricks, from my experience. But that's only because the other one trick that they have, I guess their two trick, is Spider-Man or some other character, Iron Fist. I don't know, maybe because they got better backup choices than a lot of other characters. But like, I usually see that them swap. Now I will say, it takes a while. If you don't tell Black Panther to swap, it will take a while for them to swap. But on the contrary, dude, Black Panther mains have like an answer for everything. Like a true blue Black Panther main, those players They disgusting. Like they got an answer for everything. If you flying, not a problem. Let me climb up this wall like Jackie Chan, do a little backflip kick, and take them out. I have like when you watch that, it's like sometimes I just want to stop like playing the game and just look at what they doing because they just do some crazy stuff. Like real Black Panther mains are some crazy stuff type players, and it's always nice watching them. But I mean, if it don't work. But I mean, if it doesn't work and you're not that Black Panther player, that's a small portion of Panthers. If you're not that Panther player, you need to swap sometimes. And then they usually do though. But the thing is, they don't usually swap because their teammate tells them to. What I've noticed is that they usually swap because they get fed up and they're annoyed. They're not the type of person who's just persistent. If they get KO'd about 2 or 3 times the same exact way, they'll swap. And I respect that. I respect that from a Black Panther player. That's my experience, though. Do you guys have any experiences to sway me from my decision? Because right now, Black Panther's sitting kind of pretty. Even as someone who plays Black Panther, like I will even swap, but it's not because my team wants me to. It's more or less because I get annoyed that I can't handle something, and so I'll just play another character that just does it way easier. So, like, that was kind of hard. Wait, Cloudy says throw 100%. I've seen amazing Black Panthers, but I feel like they all migrate to other characters. They do. Yep. All that's left. Day one Black Panthers trying to do what they look. But okay. So we're just separating. We're separating the entire roster, or we're separating the entire Black Panther player base to just be that big conglomerate of like madness. But what about the actual heartfelt Black Panther mains that are either gods or they swap when they need to? You guys are telling me you're telling me the majority of Black Panther mains that you run into throw your games. Is that where we are? Is that where we are? If he's a god, you want to thank him. If he sucks, you want to switch. Why do we have such different experiences? We play the same game. I think DPS are the ones that'll swap. Wow. Okay, Dan. I don't know. That's rough. Mostly because they're not getting KOs and want to get KOs. Should I just swap the least because they're either like the character they picked or it's the only one they know? I respect that one, Dan. I respect that one. I will say that strategists usually only know one character and they don't want to swap, or they just really do like that character. They don't want to swap. I agree with that, because the thing is when it comes to strategists and like DPS, right? When you're not getting KOs, like you just said, you kind of want to swap to get some. How can I get it better? Whereas with a strategist, even though the healing numbers are there when you press tab or whatever you use to open up that scoreboard, I feel like strategist players feel like they are doing their job regardless. And that's not true. As an example, Jeff is a prime example. Like Jeff, I don't know if Jeff players sometimes don't realize that they aren't healing as much as they think they are, or that they're putting in way more impact than like, but like, I think there's a perception issue here. I think strategists, because they heal, even if it's just a very small amount, because they heal something, they feel like they're healing and therefore they don't need to swap, you know? Whereas if you're playing DPS and you're getting 1 KO and then you don't get any anymore, it's painfully obvious to see that I'm not getting any more. Whereas healing is something you can always do no matter what, and every single strategist does it regardless of who you pick. And I think that's why, at least for me, I have a lot of problems with Adam Warlock, because they feel like they're doing a lot, but like, you know that if you were playing a different healer, you would have way more heals than what he provides, unless it's like an actual Adam Warlock one trick or something like that. So I respect that response, Dan. I respect that response. I think my Panthers are the biggest problem on the enemy team. Swap for some reason, and then we start winning. Yo, Dreamer, I've seen that happen too. I've seen that happen with Iron Fist. I'm like, bro, you know you need Iron Fist to win. This is how you got here. Either stay on Iron Fist or something. I don't know what's going on. All right, since we're comparing, since we've had different experiences, you know, we have to weigh the pros and cons here. We have to weigh the pros and cons. So I personally do not have problems with Black Panther because either they are really good, or even if they're not that great, they still are providing something because they are in the back line. That being said, most Black Panther players that I've played with cannot deal with flyers at all. And so if the enemy team has 2 flyers, this has happened numerous amount of times, and the Black Panther just is like, I'm gonna keep playing Black Panther. It's kind of like, unless you know how to do it, just swap, and they don't. So I'm gonna weigh this. I'm gonna say he's a minor league. Because I feel like, at least when I have a Black Panther on my team, they're way more inclined to swap than other characters that I've played with, in my personal opinion. Like, when they realize it is not working, they usually do swap, and they don't really have a problem with it. And I don't really see any people complaining or being mad when you ask them to swap. So I think Black Panther can go in the minor league. You know, he's not all the way a bench warmer, but you know, he does have some tendencies sometimes to be a little throwy. But I think for the most part, you know, that's a special case by case basis, and that's not really speaking for the whole there, at least in my opinion. So I'm gonna put him in minor leagues, you know. The eye test, hello, Vincent. Good to see. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. Eye test, you'd be lurking, or maybe I just forgot. But good to see you. I'm glad you're here, Vincent. Like I said, hello. I really feel like I haven't seen you. That's weird. Why do I feel like that? You said Black Widow deserves to be Hall of Fame. Wait, why? One thing I'll say is Black Panther is good at annoying the backline, which eases some of the pressure from your team. Yeah, exactly. So even if he's not really that great in getting KOs, he's still doing something, and I think that counts. So Black Widow's a little rough because I think most of the time I haven't actually seen a real Black Widow main. It's usually someone who just wants to play Black Widow or someone who wants to just, I don't know, troll. When I see a real Black Widow main, they don't throw the game. Like if you have a real person that plays that character, the thing is, here's what's happening a lot of the times, at least in my opinion. There's stereotypes with characters, and we subconsciously believe in that stereotype, and then we'll eventually get confirmation bias during the match. Here's how it works. If I pick Black Widow, you already have a stereotype in your brain that she's not going to do well. So once you get into the game, if I don't do well, maybe I get 2 KOs, but we lose really hard, and it's not even the Black Widow's fault. Confirmation bias says we lost really hard. It's Black Widow's fault. I knew that was going to happen. If we wouldn't have had Black Widow, we would have. And so now the whole entire team has confirmation bias of like, we lost that round because of Black Widow. Regardless of if you swap, you're still going to lose the game because clearly the players just weren't that good. That's the problem with Black Widow. So like a true blue Black Widow, I have yet to just see toss a game out the window. But I will say that a true blue Black Widow usually does not swap. Like at all. They will play Black Widow to the end of the match. That's a problem. Because yes, you may not be causing the issue because you're in the back, you're sniping, you're safe, you're not being eliminated. But if you're not giving enough pressure as that Black Widow, you are effectively making it harder for your team to win the game. Therefore, you're indirectly choosing to lose because you're not swapping, because you're not understanding why you're not winning. That is usually what I see from real Black Widow players, is they do not swap because they are very adamant about playing Black Widow. High ranks and low ranks. Like Lords, non-lords, you can kind of just tell a real Black Widow player from like someone who's just picking her up. And they'll try their butt off, but just sometimes it's not enough. And that's what I always say about Black Widow to me, is that she just doesn't have enough to be a threat. There's just too much healing in this game. There's too much shielding in this game. There's too much movement in this game. A sniper does not have a place in this game unless they provide her with something else that can deal with it. So that's where I am right now with that, at least. Widow is at least all-stars? You don't see her the whole game and then see her MVPing because no one on the enemy team bothered to... I have rarely seen a Black Widow get MVP. Wait. I have rarely seen that character get MVP. Dan, wait a second. Yo, Dan is on extremes. Dan originally said a statement that was like super far left, and it's like, okay, I see where you're coming from. That's big brain. Then Dan just hit me with something from the super far right, and I'm like, hold up, why we Dan, why your comments so your comments are so far away from each other? Where's the intersection, Dan? You need bring it back. Your third comment gotta come back here and meet up. Oh my god, that was actually hilarious. Seleg, hello, good to see you. Good to see you. Hello. Oh man. Chef, good to see you. How you doing? That was funny. Proji, hello, good to see you. The winner players either pop off, get like 6 picks, and it doesn't matter oh yeah, that's true. That's true. There's 2 kind of widows. The widows you never see, who is playing their own game, and the actual mains who still get 25 finals, but they actually play around the point. Honestly though, even when they do that, sometimes it's not enough. And I think that's where the issue comes into play of like they're not swapping because they feel like they're doing a lot. But you can't, unless you're very perceptive, it's hard for a player to see if their actions are not impacting the match enough. Because in a perfect world, Black Widow is actually like very strong if the team uses it properly. In a perfect world, right? If your tanks bring the characters out to the sightline for your sniper to snipe, in a perfect world, Widow is great. But that's not how it works a lot of the times, especially if it's solo play. Your tanks are going to start fighting behind walls. Your DPS are going to start fighting behind walls. They're going to start fighting in locations where you need to move forward for you to actually do anything. But you're going to then be in a position where you are too close and you're going to get KO'd. So like in a perfect world, the character itself isn't necessarily a bad character or like has lack of impact, but everybody needs to know what to do and how to abuse having a widow on your team, and that's just not happening. So for widow, it's kind of hard to gauge because it's hard to know who's a widow main. That's true. It's picking her up. That's true. That's true. What's up, AL? Good to see you. I've only seen good Black Widows exactly 5 times since I started. 5? Okay. I'm weighing the decisions, guys. Personally, my issue with Black Widows, if they're mains, because I feel like it's kind of unfair. It's kind of unfair to say I'm judging Black Widows off of the people who are intentionally picking it to troll. That's a big difference. That's a big difference. So you have to be real about the players that are playing her. And in my experience, a lot of the times they don't swap. They'll just play to the end of the match, even if we need something else. And it's not even about their scorecard or anything like that. It's just about you're not having enough impact. It's not because you're bad. It's not because the enemy team's really good. It's just right now we need something more because your team is lacking somewhere else. And that's how this whole game is like meant to be played anyway. I don't ever play it that way, but I guess that's a lie. But like realistically, if you're lacking in one area, one great player can swap to something that is going to help benefit and help bring everybody up. Black Widow players do not understand when they are not providing enough because their team isn't doing enough, and then they'll just stay on her and lose the game. So I'll just say I'd like to have also iTest. Thank you for the super chat. iTest, like you be coming out of the cut, dude. I don't know. I don't know where you. Thank you for the super chat, iTest. I would just like to say I had back-to-back games against a couple that main Black Widow and Hawkeye. That's rough. And let me tell you, that game was absolute hell. I couldn't even peek. Yeah, that sounds rough. I've only seen 2 people run that comp once, and they did not do well. But that sounds rough. Yeah, that's rough, dude. Because it's not even about the player's skill. I feel like whenever I see them together, though, the Hawkeye does more work than the Black Widow. I could be wrong in that one. I feel like she needs more damage with his team up. Let me not start nothing, though. Okay. I think she's with Adam. I think she's with Adam on Professional Athlete. Because the thing is, it's not like the Black Widow, if they're true mains, it's not like they suck. They just don't provide enough to win and they don't want to swap. Just like Adam. It's not like the Adam sucks. It's not like the Adam doesn't want to win, but it's literally they do not want to swap. We need more and they don't want to swap. Again, we have to separate the fake Black Widow players from the real ones, because I think Black Widow gets a lot of hate because everybody's starting to put them in the same like bowl of players, and that's not true. The troll Black Widow players are the ones that pick her because they don't get their character or whatever. That's not the Black Widow's player. You know, the real Black Widow players, and you can usually see this if you just go to their profile picture or their profile. You'll see how many hours they have into them. Like the real ones, they're not actually just bad. They just don't provide a lot sometimes. And then they're not willing to swap. And because they don't want to swap, I feel like that like puts them higher. But because they actually want to win, they're not just trolling the match. They don't deserve to be in Hall of Fame. You know what I mean? Like Hall of Fame is like reserved. All right, we can't just be landing people in Hall of Fame that don't deserve it. You know, that's a deserved spot. Dreadhead, hello, hello. Good to see you. What is up? What is up? Hello, Andy. Hello, Jordan. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, so that's where I'm gonna put her. I just think she deserves to be in the middle. You know, I'm just saying we got to be fair. We got to be fair with this. We can't just say that all troll Black Widows are the reason why we lose games. We can't do that. Not today. Not in this. We got to be fair. Next, we have Captain. Hello, Simon. Good to see you. Okay, so y'all know I play a lot of Captain. I ain't even go front with y'all. There be some matches where I be stubborn. No, I'm not gonna lie. Look, if we gonna be calling out all these characters, I gotta be honest. There has been games, especially in high rank, where people are like, "Get off Cap," and I'm like, "Who you talking to?" Because it ain't me. Tell me to get off Cap one more time. I bet you I'm gonna play Cap this match, next match, and the match after that. Bet. Then they just flame me, and I'm like, "All right, we gonna play Cap for the rest of this match." I full blown like I fully know. Now we about to take an L. No, I know if I swap to Strange or something like that, this game 1,000 times easier. But you ain't gonna tell me to swap my character, so we lose. And I'm not saying that's not a reoccurring occurrence. You know what I'm saying? You could politely say, "Hey, yo, Captain, can you swap to something else?" And I'd be like, "For sure, I got you." But don't be talking crap to me, talking about I'm the reason why we're losing. All right? Even if I am the reason why we're losing, you better fix your tone. Don't be talking to me like that. That's how I feel. Now, I will say, should you not say anything to me, all right? Should you not be that guy, I will say that I have had experiences where it's ridiculously hard to win with Cap, and I'll swap like that. It's very easy, especially in high rank, because you don't really have a lot of opportunities to kind of flounder about. You will just straight up lose because they win so quickly there most of the time, or they take advantage of your team quickly there. But I will say that if I'm going into a Namor and a Scarlet Witch and a Cloak and Dagger, I just know when I cannot play the game. That being said, that's me. I play a lot of characters. An actual Captain America main or a Captain America player, I feel never swap. And I also feel like they throw my games. I could be toxic, I could be biased, but no, because the thing is, a lot of Captain players, I had to learn, this was a very hard skill for me to learn when I first started playing Captain. But I played a lot of other games that require strategy, so it was a little bit easier for me to do it than others. But typically a lot of captain players like run into the back line and just do crazy stuff, but don't time it well. And so they do whatever they do, and then they run away, and then we don't have a teammate until they get healed up somehow, and then they come back, and we're never in sync. Even when we are in sync, though, sometimes it just feels like Cap does nothing at all, like ever. He's just there being a body. He's like, either he does really well or he does really poorly. Like he's just useless, basically. But I will say most of the time, whenever I have him on my team or I'm against him, it's really about how good is your team at capitalizing on whatever mayhem this guy's about to do. And I think most of the time, he's troll. Like most of the time, he's troll. And Captain America players never swap, like ever, ever. I have yet to see one swap, even when they're losing. The only time I see them swap is if there's someone who doesn't play Cap and just decides to pick Cap randomly. Like I've played Cap before and the enemy team decides to pick Cap because I'm playing Cap, and I'm just like, you're not me. You're not gonna win because I'm playing. Cap's not strong. It's you. You just aren't playing well. Don't pick Cap and then they do horrible. So I don't know. That was kind of rough. That was kind of rough there. I don't know, guys. Cap is a bench warmer? I haven't seen anyone complaining about Cap? Omri. Really? Caps usually don't swap. That's what I'm saying. Problem is that's 50-50 between them being overconfident and being actually good, but the team not utilizing what they do. Exactly. Dan, there you go. That's what you went left, you went right, but you came back here. I'm proud of that because that's literally it right there. Yep. I'm not toxic. AL, I'm not toxic. All right. I'm a realist. Caps are fascinating to watch to see if they're good or not. What's up, KP? Hello. Diamond Sky. Hello. I main Cap. I won't say that I main anything anymore because I play so many characters, but I have a lot of hours in Cap. Bro gets chased by Iron Fist for 5 minutes and won't stop. Captain Man's are the most stubborn takes in the game. They never switch and will pick him. Yeah, well, yeah, okay. Cloudy, I see where you're going with this. I 100% think that Cap mains they are very, very stubborn. Very stubborn. They do not swap. And what's funny is one of my members is a Cap main. And yeah. I'm pretty sure they can agree as well. Just like I can. Like I already know I'm not swapping off Cap if you. I play other characters though, so it makes more sense for me to swap. But like regular people that don't put too many hours into the game and they just kind of play when they can, if they play Cap, they probably don't play a lot of other characters and they're just like, all right. I think my issue here is like, even if they know they're losing, they still don't care. We're gonna put them at All-Stars. A for All-Stars. Look, we would put him at a Hall of Fame, but that's because we're not doing that because there are some actual pretty good Cap players. And even if they're not that great, sometimes they could just have a team that just works well with that character. You know what I mean? But the fact that if they do poor, they will still play the character, or they will still play the character in a situation that they know is poor. They will still play Cap into a team that is anti-Cap. That right there, you intentionally playing a character into something that you know you're probably not going to win is crazy. Like that's crazy. What's the definition of insanity from Einstein? What'd he say? Trying the same things over and over, expecting a different result. Bro, if they got a Namor, a Scarlet Witch, a Cloak and Dagger, a thing, why are you still playing this character? Well, you can't move. You can't do nothing without being KO'd, like ever. So I don't know. That's what I feel like he deserves to be an All-Star. He's not Hall of Fame, but because I actually have personal connection experience to this character, and based off obviously the experiences that you guys were saying as well, I feel pretty solid putting this guy here. He borderline be throwing all games. Cloak and Dagger is the next one that we have. This one's kind of rough. I I actually think I can place her fairly easily. So, Cloak and Dagger players usually are all right. My issue with Cloak and Dagger players are the players who get KO'd by Magneto ult like 30 times in a row. At that point, either switch or figure out how to do something differently. I swear to you, the Cloak and Dagger players that I play with will ult, clap by ult, ult, clap by ult, ult, clap by ult. By 3 times, you should think, well, maybe I can ult differently to where I'm not going to get exploded by Iron Man, headshotted by Hawkeye, popped by Magneto, maybe. Nah, ult, boom. It's like, oh my God. So and the thing is, they're not trying to do it. They're not trying to ult and get KO'd, but I feel like Cloak and Dagger players are stubborn with it. Like, they are stubborn with it. They will KO to Magneto ult in their ult and just be like, well, not my fault. Magneto, what am I supposed to do? Not my fault. And it's kind of like, bruh, that's wilding right now. You got 4 Black Panther dashes and you over here saying you ain't got nothing you can do about being popped by Magneto. Oh, don't even right now. So, like, in normal circumstances, I think Cloak and Dagger, they don't really do much. But, like, in that specific circumstance, they don't accept blame for their own actions. And they just keep running it down, getting exploded, and just saying, well, that's how the game's designed. It's like, I don't know where you are living, but it's not planet Earth because you have 4 dashes. Bro, if you don't set your Google GPS to go left, right, back, forward, and end up in a spot where he can't see you, clearly it's your fault. So, as much as I want to put her on bench warmers, I think she deserves to be on minor league with Black Panther because it's not like they want to lose. But the fact that you can't take responsibility for your misplayed ults is wild to me. And bench warmers it's reserved. You know what I'm saying? Like All Stars, I mean Hall of Fame and bench warmers, they reserve for like the true blues. All right, Cloak and Dagger, you almost made it, but just every single time. It's every single one. It's not even just, oh, that one-off Cloak and Dagger player that got popped out of their ultimate. Bro, it's every single time, especially in high rank. You should know better. And they go, get popped by ult, and then they just say, well, do something. They can have a Strange on their team. They can have a Magneto on their team. But it's like they are so adverse to getting assistance. There was one game I said, hey, come to me, I'll shield you. I was playing Strange. Every ult, opposite side of the map. What are you doing? That's unacceptable. Unacceptable. I don't even want to hear it. Unacceptable. Personal experience. Unacceptable. I don't think Black Panther players are a throw. You gotta watch that segment back. Watch that segment back. But that's where I think that she belongs in. But I do agree with you guys, well, the majority of you guys that were saying that you don't really have bad experiences with Cloak and Dagger. I think that maybe this is just a high rank thing because in high ranks, people know how to take her out of ult, and it doesn't even have to be in Magneto. A lot of players know how to take her out of ultimate like that, and you should just know what you should and shouldn't be doing by that time. And at that point, it's unacceptable that you don't take responsibility and just play better. And so that's why I don't think they deserve to be in bench warmers. If I never had that experience, I would 1,000% put them under a bench warmers. 1,000%. They are definitely not the biggest throwers. They are definitely not the biggest throwers. I don't even main that character, but I just know that they're not the biggest throwers. I don't really see them that often, though, to be fair. I don't see them as much. People just stop playing them. All right, next we have Strange. So with Doctor Strange, this one's kind of rough. You know, Doctor Strange is like one of those characters that, like, if you main him, you never have a problem. And if you don't main him, you definitely will start swapping. So, like, I think this will be our first bench warmer. Does anyone have any like stories to sway me here? Like, realistically, if I see a Strange main, they're good. They know how to play. If they're not good, they still try to adapt and fix the situation. They don't really just run it down And then if they're not a main, they always swap. If they're forced to take and they don't want to, they'll just swap into another tank or swap to healers or something like that. But that's not really a Doctor Strange player. That's just like some one-off. So like, I don't know. AO said bitch warmer unless they put an absolutely atrocious portal. Oh, I forgot about those. I forgot about the portals. Dude. Oh. I don't know if we can put them on bench warmers now. All right. This will be your decision, chat. Do you want to ignore? Because even Doctor Strange mains have some sus portals. Do we want to ignore the portal and be like, we're gonna sweep that under the rug. We're not gonna talk about that one. Put that off. Or are we gonna factor in these portals? Like if we factor in these portals, he is definitely not a bench warmer anymore. I like totally forgot. I totally forgot the character has those. I never use my portals for anything fancy. I just use them for the direct stuff. So this one will be on y'all. Are we using the portals or are we not using the portals for this? That is the question for you guys. If we're not bench warmers, if we are moving him somewhere else. It is definitely, it's between the two. It's between y'all. You want to say ignore the portals? Let me see something. I'm going to check something real quick. If I can do this. What's this do? Here you go. We're gonna do a poll. I never do a poll. I'm gonna start doing this more often. There you go. Will often. I have to every time. All right, a poll has been dropped. Do we ignore the Strange portal or do we factor that portal in? We have dropped the poll. It's up to you guys. Yes or no. Are we ignoring that portal? Yes or no. This is all on y'all. I'm a bystander just watching. I'm just watching and doing my thing. Yeah. This is totally up to y'all. I'm not part of this conversation. So far, no is winning. So far, no is winning. I mean, I know, look, the thing is, there are some really bad portals, but you really got to be an overzealous Doctor Strange to like try some crazy stuff. You know what I mean? But how often does that happen? That's true too. It's like I'm one of the strangers that you'll never see me do no fancy portal. I'm about to just pop a most basic portal that y'all don't ever seen, and it'll work because I don't care. If it works, that's what I'm looking for. All right, looks like we're not factoring in the portals. We're not factoring in the portals. No seems to have it. He's a bench warmer. He's one of those characters that even if he's one of those characters that even if he is doing bad, he will try his best to do better for everybody. And usually if it's not working, they will swap. I have yet to see a Strange be super stubborn or be like, the only thing that they've done in the past that's a problem is the portal. But you guys don't want to factor in the portals. So, did I? I thought it says, do we factor it in? Oh, okay. Thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that. So we are going to factor the portals. When I put the poll in, I can't see it anymore. So I just went off of memory and I thought that I put in to factor it in. So that was the wrong one. My bad. Okay. We are definitely factoring the portals, which means he goes to minor league. The portals are bad, but they're not all the time. Not all the time, but you will sometimes get that portal. You will sometimes get that portal, and when you get that portal, it causes fights. It does. It does. So we're gonna have to put him in the minor league. That was your guys' decision, not mine. I was okay with either or. Looks like we're reserving the bench warmers. All right, next we have Emma Frost. So there's like a couple of Emma Frost players. It's kind of like similar to Black Panther. It's like you have the Emma Frost mains, and then you have like the then you have like the whatever that is. And even though I think my issue with Emma Frost is like, if it's not working, they'll still play Emma Frost. But like, that's my experience. But I also don't have problems with Emma Frost. Like when I go against her, it's not a problem. When I have her, again, it's not. I don't. This was. I only remember the negatives and the positives, because usually when I have a positive, that's rough, dude. I actually really don't know. Usually the Emmas that I've played with, and this is below diamond because I've been ranking up the other accounts, so I haven't been playing too much on above that. So I'm gonna keep that in mind with the Emma Frost thing. But usually below diamond, the Emma Frost players, they don't really know what they're doing. The character is new. I do get this. The character is new. But like realistically, sometimes I don't know what they're doing. But I feel like they do swap. They do swap more. But are they really Emma Frost mains, or are they just people wanting to play Emma Frost? Like, I haven't had enough experience with them on my team or really against them. Well, against them I have, but I can't really say what they're thinking. Only on my team because I can see it in chat. That one's hard. I'm gonna let you guys kind of give your stories on this one. Do you guys, where do you guys feel like she belongs? Like, what are your experiences with her? People still swap her often because they're learning her. Things don't go well, and then they go to their safe state. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Dan. It's kind of like I don't really know, because I don't know who's the main and who's not. We're still swapping. So it's hard to tell, but I watch people playing Mag get repeatedly kicked off the map in a game. That's just positioning. Magneto should never get kicked. Oh, Chef made a good point here. The Emma Frost pretenders that don't peel or cancel ults. You're absolutely right. When you have an Emma Frost that does understand when they need to peel and understand like when they need to cancel certain stuff, they're kind of goats. They're kind of goats. I've had the pleasure of playing with a few when I'm playing a strategist or when I'm playing a DPS like Hawkeye, where like if something gets on me, they usually like turn around and do their job. But that's rough, because that only happened a couple of times. That wasn't really like an everlasting thing. Whenever Zoel, hello by the way. Whenever I play him, I have no clue what to do. Sounds accurate. How to tune in? I need to see where Spidey's ranked. Hello, Reaper. Good to see you. M is also required for events. Yeah, that's true too. That's true too. Also, hello, Nash. Good to see you. Hello, hello. I seen your name before, but my brain didn't register it. But it's good to see you. Hello. Yeah, that's true. That's a great point. This is hard. Okay, we'll say for now, benchwarmer. We'll say for now, benchwarmer. Because when they don't do well, they swap, usually. And if they even do well, they still swap. I've still seen it. I've still seen people swap from Emma when they start off well, and then they start to do not well anymore, they'll swap. I have yet to see someone just perma through an entire match getting stomped on. They have always, in my experience, swapped. I have never seen it through an entire match, ranked wise. Quick play probably, but like ranked wise, I've never seen it through an entire match where someone plays this character if they're doing poor. So I'm gonna put her there. All right, next we have Groot. So Groot. This one, oof. Y'all see that smile when I said his name? Oh, y'all know. Do we even need to talk about the walls? Bro, I played a match yesterday. No nonsense. Y'all noticed I was flaming in Discord last night. I was. No, because sometimes when I play, I get a little upset. I don't flame in game. It's in my brain. But I like to tell y'all what's going on because it's funny. I had a Groot last night that when I play a lot of tank. Like I play a lot of characters anyway. Like I know how to play the game, basically, is what I'm saying. And sometimes, now I wasn't playing in my own rank. I will say that. So we got to give him credit. But I know when to push as a tank. I don't know why, but every single time I pushed, he popped a wall between me and the team. Every time. So usually I know how to adapt. So I didn't get KO'd. I only got KO'd once. The other times I just was like, all right, I guess this is what we're going to be dealing with for the rest of the game. But what are you doing? Like that right there? Why would you cut your tank off from the entire team? What's the logic in that? And it happened repeatedly. I had to type. I was like, bro, I had to say it. I was like, can you, Groot, please, with a sad face, like, can you be more mindful of your walls? I was frustrating. And this happens a lot, whether I'm playing DPS, tank, healer, same things. Groots put walls up and they do not think about anything. I'm over here feeling like Bob the Builder the entire game because I'm trying to get this wall down to heal people. And on top of that, now the team's mad at me because I can't heal them. Well, newsflash, there's freaking a wall in front of me, you, and your mama, and I can't see nobody. So what am I supposed to do? That type of Groot gets on my last. Now, there are some Groot mains that will take the walls down so that people can see. I respect y'all, but like most of the time, that's not happening. Man's a troll. It's like that's a selfish play style. So I don't know. The Link Hawkins becoming a member. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for helping to support the channel. Thank you to all the members that are here, by the way. I don't say it enough, but I will start saying it more often. If you guys want to be a member to help support the channel and the content that I create, please check out that join button down below. See what it is that, you have to offer. If you want to see what it looks like, it should be down there. If you don't see the join button, click the link in the description. It's there as well. But again, it helps support the channel and all the free stuff that I do, like the coaching, the reviews. I'm going to start doing some seminars, basically all the stuff that you guys can engage with, not just videos, but the acts of service. That's all because of the members. So if you want to help support that, that's the best bet. And you would do it from there. So members, again, I appreciate you guys. And if any of you guys have gotten free reviews, free coachings, or free seminars, or anything like that, anything of service for free, thank them, because that is why. Trust me, that is why. Because it's a lot of planning and a lot of time and effort put in for that. And I do enjoy it, but I do a lot of it, and it's because of them. So thank you, members. And again, if you guys want to help support the channel and that type of stuff, consider becoming a member. Now, let's move on. Also, again, Link Hawkins, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate that. So, with Groot, that's rough. The thing is, though, do Groot players intentionally do it? This is the thing that we have to think about. How many Groot players do you guys see that you feel they intentionally are popping walls up to screw you over? Because that is right there. That is what we're looking for, right? It's the intent. It is not the accidental. It is you've asked this guy politely. Your team has asked this guy politely. And the person still keeps doing it. That's intent. You say it's rarely intentional? I personally haven't had a Groot just like do it on purpose after I addressed it. Like if I ask them to mine the walls, usually they're like, they don't type back or anything, but they're just like, whenever I'm near a wall, they just drop it and I'm not even trying to walk through it. So I will say, I have yet to see someone who just intentionally does it, but it happens a lot unintentionally. And so, like I said, those are baby Groots still learning to pop walls. The main ones know all the spots where to drop them. That's true. I'll give you that, Dan. I won't say all of them, though. I think you give them a little too much credit because I still, even Groot mains, I still had messed me over before. But I do understand what your sentiment is and where you're coming from. All right. So we're on the same. I've been meaning to join for a while, and just keep forgetting. So it's like, wait, let me do it now. I appreciate that. That's my fault. See, I never tell you guys to like become a member. I think only in one of my video types in it's the breakdown. But a lot of you guys are always like, I meant to, I just didn't, my bad. And it's like, I should just be telling you guys, that's what I should be doing. But it always feels weird. It feels strange every single time. But I gotta get over that. Anyway, since we're kind of on the fence here in terms of like, they do it a lot, but it isn't intentional, you know? Like, they're not being malicious with it. I'll say professional athlete. Because here's why. It's way more frequent than strange portals, and it's way more damaging than strange portals. Now, strange portals, you know, they can be bad and they can wipe your team, but it's not all the time. And it's only like once a match. Should they make an accident, a little boo-boo, they're not going to do it again for the rest of the match. Groot players sometimes keep doing it unintentionally. We already just established that. But it's way more frequent. So it happens periodically throughout the match, to which you can potentially lose out on getting a heal. Or for me as a Hawkeye, that frustrates the crap out of me, is if they pop it as soon as I let go and it hits the wall. And I'm like, that was for sure a headshot, for sure. So because he has a lot more repetition to how it screws your team over, and the impact of severity does fluctuate quite a bit, I think he deserves to be a professional athlete. You know? It's not like he's intentionally trying to do it, but it ruins the game sometimes for some people. So we're gonna be putting it there. I think that's a good spot to put it. All right, next we have Hawkeye. So with Hawkeye, bro, I'm not even gonna lie, bench warmer. Like I don't even need to address Hawkeye, unless you guys have anything else to say. Hawkeye players are usually pretty decent. Even if they're not amazing, they're decent. And if they aren't really doing that well, they will swap. Hands down. I have yet to see a Hawkeye like troll my games. Whenever I have one, I am perfectly fine with it. They'll do great, they'll do okay, or they'll swap. There's no animosity. There's no frustration. Like the people that play the character are generally just dope people. I mean, I don't have any issues with them. Any issues with them at all. The eye test, another super chat. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. As a Hawkeye main, I would like to say that he's a bench warmer. I'm constantly swapping, especially when I go against a full dive comp. Exactly. The eye test literally confirmed it. I say a Hawkeye main. I don't want to call myself a Hawkeye main, but I do have a lot of hours on the character, and I will swap as well. I literally do not have issues with him. He will straight up just swap if he's not doing well, and if he's doing decent, and on top of that, he understands target priority. I have yet to have a Hawkeye not focus on the correct targets ever. They always focus on target priority. Oh, there's a flying character, bow, bow, bow. Oh, there's a healer out of position, bow, bow. Like they never ever have. Bench warmer, 100% bench warmer. Next, we have Hela. Okay, so I have never seen a bad Hela. Like, I have never ever seen a Hela that didn't do well. But I don't know if that's just my experience. I don't know. But they all, like, whenever I see one, you clearly play this character. Maybe there is a rare occasion where you pick it and I'm like, you're not doing that well. But no matter the rank, whenever she's picked, they do well every time. It might not be dropping 40 bombs, but you know, it's kind of like similar to Hawkeye. They do well, except they don't ever swap. So I don't really know where we're going with this one. This one's going to be, again, on you guys, I think. I noticed that Hela mains, or people who play Hela, do decent most of the time, but they don't ever swap should they need to. But I never ran into a situation where I needed them to swap. So I don't know. That one's a I don't know for me. That one's an I don't know for me, personally. You've seen bad Helas? This is rare, but it happens. Also, hello, guy outside the gas station. Hello, hello. Oh, Lauren, I didn't see you either. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Phoenix, good to see you. Hello, hello. Phoenix says, I so want Mystique in Rogue. I feel like they'd add Rogue over Mystique. If they had to only pick one. I just feel like Rogue provides more oomph to the game than Mystique. But I really do like Mystique, and I want her to come as well. I like both of them. I love Rogue. I like both of them a lot. There's some really good characters. But I just don't know what Mystique would do that like Loki does. That Loki doesn't do. I mean, it would kind of be weird. Or like any other gun yielder would do. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they would figure out something. You went against some that let you KO them as a Hulk, and they weren't KOing our Iron Man. Bad Helas ignore flyers. All right, this one based off of your experience, because like I said, I haven't ran into it, but we're gonna do minor league. You know, okay, wait. Before we keep her here, for those of you that experience the bad Hela players, do they swap when they need to? Because if you say yes, we're gonna put her in the bench warmers. If you're like, I've had Hela players that don't swap and they just like throw the game, we'll put it at the minor league. Me personally, I've never seen a Hela do that poorly, and I never seen them have to swap either. So another one that is going to be based off of you guys and not me, because I do not have an answer for this one. I'm really trying to think. I'm really trying to think, and I cannot. I cannot. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I think bad Helas are simply bad players if they swap someone. Chef, that's toxic. That's funny though. What's up, Kato? Good to see you. Hello, hello. That's funny. Well, I want to say they swap. Again, I want the KO principle. If they can't get those, they'll swap. All right, pairing it with the swapping and the fact that they are pretty, I think anybody who picks a character like Hela or Hawkeye, you don't just randomly play the character. Like, you like that archetype and you're probably a decent player with the character. And because they do swap more often than not, I will say that I think we could put her under the bench warmers. Next, we have the Hulk. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, with the Hulk, there's two. We always got like two types of characters nowadays, huh? With the Hulk, you have the Hulk that like understands the Hulk, and then you have like the overconfident Hulk that'll just hop in the fight and then just get shrunk. I'm like, bro. And it's not even like they hop into a fight near you. Hulk players hop into a fight like 3 stages away. I'm not even gonna lie. These fools are jumping into the next 4 matches of their gaming session. They are far. And then they get shrunk and then KO'd, and then we just gotta wait for them to come back. But usually if that does happen, it's like they learned their lesson. It's like their mama was like, no, don't do that ever again. And then they just play normal. But it's like every Hulk player, they've done it once in a match where they just go super deep, like super deep. Dude, put him next to Cap. The thing is, I've seen better Hulks than I've seen Caps. So I think Dan is right. We should set Hulk's benchmark with Cap. Cap, no matter if they're good or bad, sometimes they just don't provide. Hulk provides. Even if they're bad at Hulk, he provides something. But then when you get a good Hulk on your team, they shield right. It feels nice to get a nice little bubble shield sometimes. You know what I mean? They come back to make sure everybody's okay. You know, smack people with a 2-piece and a biscuit. I'm just trying to say, sometimes they just all around nice people. But you do got that occasional, I'm gonna jump to the back line and get KO'd. So I think he's under Cap. I think he's under Cap because he's more useful even if played poorly. Whereas Cap, even if played well, is still kind of like, he could still throw the match. And I noticed that Hulk players also just aren't stubborn. You know, Hulk players will swap. I have yet to see one Hulk stick through the entire match if they're not doing well. They usually swap. And the cool thing about it is, even if they are Lord Hulks, they sometimes still don't play Hulk. They kind of only play Hulk if you play Iron Man, Namor, or if last season Doctor Strange. So they're more of like a people person in their gameplay than they are selfish. But I think Cap is a very selfish type of character. I would know. And so I don't think he deserves to be an All-Stars because he's more of a selfless person. Like even if they don't do well, they're still selfless. They're not being intentionally feeders. They just do it on accident, and then they usually stop. So I think professional athlete. I think professional athlete, again, it's along the lines, people that are in professional athletes, they're either people who try their best to win. Even though they don't swap, they will still do whatever they can to win the game. They'll play how you want them to play, but they just won't swap characters. Or they'll do something to kind of screw you over, but it's not intentional. Like, it may be really, really bad if it was intentional, like Groot, but it's not. So with the Hulk, it's like they'll swap for you. They'll help peel if you ask them to. They'll do whatever you want them to do. They don't really play for themselves as much as I've seen. But they do be jumping to the back line and getting KO'd repeatedly. So I'm trying not to be biased. I'm trying not to be biased, y'all. I'm trying not to be biased. It's so hard. I'm trying so hard not to be biased, y'all. I'm trying to understand where y'all coming from. The last thing I want to do is say that your experiences don't matter, because that's not the point of this tier list. Well, any tier list, really. I try to always factor in what you guys think, but I have seen more wholehearted Hulks than I've seen selfish Hulks. But I have seen selfish Hulks. Kato says sometimes as a Hulk player you need the bits of the sense beaten into you. That's how it works. They'll go in, just get slapped up, and then they'll KO. You see them shrink, and he's like, "Oh." I think it's because when you shrink, I think it's because when you shrink, you want to time out for a second, and you you're thinking about what you just did. As you shrink, you're just like, whoop. Okay, look, you got about 2 or 3 seconds to think about what you just did and how you did it, because you was not in a good spot right now. And then they eventually learn and they don't do it again. That's literally my experience with them. They'll do some crazy stuff, and should they get KO'd on the opposite side of the map, because you can see their silhouette and them shrinking, but they come back, they never do it again. It's so funny. It's so funny. At every rank, high rank, low rank, it does not matter. They do something and then they never do it again every single time. It's so funny. Oh man, that was a good laugh. I appreciate that one. That was a good laugh. I think professional athlete, just like they said. Oh, Jesus. I haven't laughed like that in a long time. Well, I won't say a long time, but it's been a minute. Oh, man. That was like 30 crunches right there. About to have a six-pack. Oh, that was so funny. That was hilarious. Jesus. Whew. Okay, I can't even breathe. That was too much. That's too much. This is why I love these. This is why I love streaming. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome, dude. You learn by trial and error. Exactly. All right, next we have Human Torch. So I don't know. I don't think I've ever really. They're kind of just not a factor. Like, I don't care about them. Like, it's kind of like I ignore them until they ult. And then once they ult, it's like, oh wait, I have a Human Torch on my team? I didn't even know. You weren't really like a factor. It's like they don't throw, but they don't do anything either most of the time unless they're really good. So it's just kind of like, hey, we have a Human Torch. You didn't even know. Glad you're having a good time. I would just put him on bench warmers. He's like one of those non-existent characters. Like, he doesn't hinder you, nor he doesn't like impact the game enough to make you carry, unless you're a really good one. Just dive down and knock him back. So they do have awareness in that regard. Just dive down and knock him back. So they do have awareness in that regard. They're never too aggressive. They never go super, super deep by themselves. If they get low, they just chill out. I think Human Torch players are just like a different breed of players. Like, those players are just like not even part of Marvel Rivals anymore. Like, they're playing a different game. That's how I feel. The stream's acting up. Let me see. It doesn't show that it's acting up on my end. Maybe it's just a hiccup. Because I'm looking at my end specifically, and it doesn't show anything from me. So it could just be a hiccup between, you know, the stream getting from you guys to, from me to you guys. Is it still acting up? Oh, it's good now? Okay. Because I was going to see if there's anything I can do to fix it, but I'm not getting any notification of it going wrong. All right. Yeah, I think Human Torch deserves to be there. I think it deserves to be there. I think we're chilling. I think we're chilling. It was because of that funny joke. I'm trying to tell you. It's because of the Hulk laugh. If we weren't laughing, we're just blowing up the freaking stream, we'd be chilling. That's all. Next we have Invisible Woman. Similar to Cloak and Dagger, they tend to get knocked out of their ults. You know what? It's not even that they get knocked out of their ults. These are the type of players who like to ult when they're like 1 HP, and as soon as they go, they explode. Every time. Or, shit, boom. And it's like, why do you wait so long to do it? And then once you're in ult, somehow, you get KO'd out of it. You're invisible. If you don't hop out your ult anywhere on the map so that nobody inside, or so that you can survive the whatever is getting thrown at you, all that I ask. I have the same feeling as with her as I did with Cloak and Dagger. In high ranked games, this happens repeatedly, And the player always blames the team, or they say, nothing I could do. Well, it's because of the... If you don't hop out here, just press jump twice. Go invisible anywhere outside of your ultimate, and then just come back. You don't need to be there. That's my issue. That is my issue. Literally, that's my issue. If that never happened, she'd be a bench warmer. But I have to put her with Cloak and Dagger. It's a must. It's a must. Because it's the same exact thing. It's the same exact thing. AL says I've done that. See? See? Exactly. See? Okay, you guys are literally confirming the same exact thing. Either you wait too long, or not. Either they wait too long, or they just ult and then just sit there like as Magneto's ulting. Just hop out of the ult real quick. Come back. They're just like, I don't want to miss the party, bro. It ain't gonna be no party if you get smacked by Magneto. I'm just trying to say, literally, that's all. That's it. You just walk out your ult, or you just ult earlier. We chilling. But because of those mistakes, 1, 2 invisible women mess it up for everybody. That's, look, bad apples. All right. What's up, Poisonous? Good to see you. Hello, hello. It's because she's floating mid-air when she ults? Who, the invisible woman? Don't give me that. Don't give me that. All right, next we have Iron Fist. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, I'm not even gonna lie to you guys, bro. Iron Fist, the Iron Fist being the MLBs, I'm not even gonna lie, but they be throwing so much. They be playing baseball. These dudes. Oh, you're trying to say you have to prematurely. Oh, I see what you're trying to say. You have to like. Oh, yeah, that's what you should factor into using your ult though. That's what you should factor in. I see that a lot though. Even in high rank, people like when I watch like reviews, people with little ult and they'll just hold it, or I will see the invisible woman with her little hand symbol and she'll just walk around like this for a brief moment instead of just like bam, popping it up. Iron Fist is freaking. I don't know. That dude be running it in. It's kind of like a hit or miss play style, ain't it? It's like very rarely you'll run into the Iron Fist that like can play both. But I swear most of the Iron Fists that you get are hit or miss. They'll run in and just, and it works or it doesn't. And they'll do that about 10, 20 times. And I will say Iron Fist players don't usually swap. I'll say Iron Fist players don't usually swap, like ever. People usually swap to Iron Fist and then just throw. Dan said a possible Hall of Famer. Is Iron Fist gonna be our first Hall of Famer? I will say, let's break it down, because there's 2 reasons on why characters are placed so far. The intent of what they're doing, they understand that they're not really doing the best thing, but they keep doing it anyway, and or their unwillingness to swap or play with the team. We already know that Iron Fist players generally do not swap. We also know that Iron Fist players do not play with the team. They play their game and they don't care. Most of them. There are good Iron Fist players that will try to pause and wait and behave with the team and whatnot, but that is very rare. Even in high ranks, that is very rare. They usually play their own game. And even if it doesn't work, they only know that one game and they will keep doing that one game. I don't know. That's kind of the signs of a Hall of Famer, guys. You got to be a special person to be in the Hall of Famers, and I think Iron Fist might be that person. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's rough. That's rough. Yeah, exactly, AL. So many players refuse to help the team. Like, they play their own game. So I don't know. Dakota, hello, hello. Iron Fist always swaps when I'm playing Luna and need the team up. They swap out of Iron Fist? Yo, that's funny. That's toxic. That's toxic. If we were ever on the fence, that comment right there alone would seal the deal, because that's toxic. Loser says, someone who plays Luna I can contest. Give him all stars. I see so many Iron Fists just think they could take on the back line. I'm over here as healer. SMH's true. And they do not try to like be close enough for you to heal them too. That's rough. Definitely a Hall of Famer. Cheaper town Hall of Famer. It's rough. It's rough. Because the reason why Cap is in All-Stars is because Cap players aren't doing the wrong thing. It's just sometimes it's not enough, or sometimes they do it at the wrong time. Iron Fist players generally intentionally do the wrong thing because it's what they want to do. Most of the time. Like 90%. There are some Iron Fists that don't, but this, you know, we have to think about the majority rules here. Loser says he has badass Spider-Man. We're gonna talk about Spider-Man because in the comments I always got that issue. All right, Iron Fist will be the first Hall of Famer because Iron Fist players do not care about their team. They do not care about anything but what they want to do, and most of the times they do not swap. And most of the times people swap to the character and then play like that anyway. So whether you are a one trick or not, that is the style of Iron Fist in general, and that's saying a lot. That's saying a lot. And I said, like, there's like a very small few that are really good and they do play with the team. They do try to peel. They do try to, you know, they do what the team needs, but that's not the majority. So I think Iron Fist is our very first Hall of... Congratulations, Iron Man. This is a great, I mean, not Iron Man, Iron Fist. This is a great reward for you. It's a great honor for me to bestow to you, Iron Fist. Great honor. You wanted to be like Captain America. There you go. You're better than him now. Great honor. All right, next we have Iron Man. You know, Iron Man players generally swap if they don't really do that well. As Dan said, you kind of just tend to not care about having one on your team. Like, he's just there. A good Iron Man is a pain, and they like to fly low and like to use their laser. But like most of the time, I don't really run into an Iron Man where it's like, bro, you need to swap, or they're playing for themselves. They do try to peel when they can, at least from my experience. They try to play around the team. I haven't really seen anything crazy with that character, so I'm not really tripping. Personally, I think they're a bench warmer. You know, they'll do whatever they need to do. If they swap, they'll swap. Most Iron Man players generally are decent anyway because the character's broken. So even last season, they were fine. And again, they will swap when they need to. He's not really a selfish character. And there's not really much that he does that causes him to KO repeatedly. Like, if you get KO'd as Iron Man, clearly something's going on. But usually if they do get KO'd repeatedly, they'll just swap. I just played with an Iron Man who refused to swap when the entire team started playing hit scan. That was one Iron Man, though. That was one Iron Man. Are you really wanting to bestow the honor of a higher rank on Iron Man because of that one individual player? Is that what you want to do, AL? Is that what you want to do? It's enough for me. It's enough for me. That's funny. Iron Man only does well when I'm playing support or tank and my team refuses to hit him. True. Facts. And then on my team, I don't really ever have that issue where he like does that bad. He's kind of like a support flying character, basically. This is hard. I want it's either bench warmer or it's minor league, but he doesn't do anything. We're gonna put him on the bench warmers only because he seems you might have that one off, but like most of the time, he's not really much of a problem in terms of like a teammate situation. Sometimes I'll even see people swap to Iron Man to do what they're Iron Man. So they definitely are more of a team player. They're kind of along the lines of Human Torch, as Dan said. I mean, there's not really much to them that like throws a match. It's just kind of like you're playing a character, cool. The Iron Man's players that I've had decent, except every Iron Man lately tosses out the laziest, most blockable ults. Bro, ain't nothing worse than a good Iron Man with the great knowledge of how to use their ultimates. It is so dangerous. They'll fly to your backline, bow, knock out three people. I like every time I hear it. What is the quote? Pulse cannon? Was that what he says? He says, I forgot his quote, but whenever he says it, I'm just like praying, like, please don't let it hit my team. Please don't let it hit my team. Please don't let it hit my team. You know, just see it travel, and I watch it every time. There's not a time where I ignore it. I watch it every time. I'm like, please, this is gonna cost the team fight. Please don't hit. And then it lands, but Cloak and Dagger like shielded the team with her smoke. Where something happens, I'm like, oh yes, it's like a sigh of relief every single time. It's worse than Magneto's. Magneto, I just feel like might not hit most of the time, but Iron Man, whenever I see it, I'm praying it does not land on anybody, because that one, maximum pulse. There you go. Every time I hit maximum, I'm like, oh please don't hit my team, please don't hit my team, please don't hit my team, please don't hit my team. The problem too with that ultimate is sometimes, depending on your angle, you're misjudging the trajectory. So sometimes, at least it happens to me. So sometimes I think it's not gonna hit me, and then it actually hits me, and I'm like, I swear it wasn't going that way. So, you know, I've experienced some PTSD Iron Man ultimates in my lifetime. That's all I'm trying to say. Next we have Jeff. So with Jeff, the problem with Jeff is like realistically, you have two types of Jeffs. You have the backline fighting Jeff where they're never with the team and they just try to get KOs in the backline. Or you do have the Jeff that tries to heal and fight at the same time, which doesn't really do that well. Very rarely I see like a leaning more to healing Jeff. Very rarely. It's usually the backline that I don't care about my team, or it's the mix. They'll try to fight, but like the heals just aren't there. And a lot of the times you would need them to swap and they don't, like a lot of the times. And it's kind of wild. And on top of that, people who play Jeff usually are very toxic. Like the ones that I've run into usually are very toxic if you ask them to swap. They're like super toxic. Or even if you don't say anything to them, they'll still be toxic. I don't know. Jeff players are a little toxic. I will say most of the time that they don't say anything until you say something to them, and then they just like bite your head off. But I will say they never swap, like ever swap. I've actually had a Jeff go to that. Was this in my rank? No, it was on stream when I was climbing the PC account, and I believe it was like platinum. There was a Jeff that perma went to the back line, and it was on stream. Perma went to the back line, and we didn't have a healer, basically. It was whatever, and he would stay in the back, and he wouldn't even get any KOs. But when somebody asked him, hey Jeff, can you play with us or something like that, he was like, I have to do your job, so no, or something like that. It was so wild. They were going so deep where they were going to the enemy spawn. This was on the Asgard map on Convoy, where you have the two are they goats? I think they're goats. Rams. I think they're Rams. Yeah. Anyway, you have them, and I think they're Rams. And you know that map with the chariot. So he would go into the first spawn. You know where when you start the map and you're defending, you come out that first spawn. He goes all the way over there. For what? For what? And he just complains and rages at the team the entire time. And it's like, bro, we don't have another healer. But you're like saying we suck. Like what mindset do you need to be in as a Jeff player to do something like that? Like that's unheard of. Like that was weird. And every Jeff player seems to have, at least from my experience, not all of them, there are some really good ones, but like most of them seem to have like a warped perception of how to play Marvel Rivals. It's really weird. And they'll do some crazy stuff. And then if somebody calls them out on it, they'll somehow figure out a response that says, what I'm doing is okay, and you guys suck, that's why we're losing. Every single time. It is wild. So that's my experience with this character. That's my experience. They'll do whatever they want. If you ask them to swap, they'll get mad at you and they won't swap. Every single time. So that's my experience. Anybody want to rival that? Anybody want to rival that? I had a very wholesome Jeff main who was a key healer for our team. But most of the time, I plan on running 3 healers if Jeff is part of the team. That is true. I have to run 3 healers as well, especially in high rank. Especially in high rank. And I think that a lot of the Jeff players that at least get to Celestial Eternity, I don't really see a lot in One Above All. But when they get that high, usually it's because they're pre-made so that their team understands how to play with that person. And that's usually kind of how it works. If they play solo, it doesn't work because nobody really knows what they're doing. So I personally think they throw a lot of matches, in my opinion, just because they don't swap when we need them to. And they're usually very toxic if you ask them to swap. And it's about being right. It's about making a statement when people play that character. And I feel like that's not okay. I feel like we shouldn't be having that if we're trying to win a game. So, can Jeff be a good support if he focuses on heals? The way that Jeff would be a good support, because I did have a stint where I was a Jeff main for a while. Not just because that's what I wanted to do, but it was because I wanted to just get in the mindset of a Jeff. So I do that with all the characters. I'll main, no matter what game I cover, I generally main every single character because I want to get in the mindset. I want to understand what you're doing. So I put a couple of hours into Jeff. And I've tried a lot of the things. I've tried what they do. I tried what I do. How can I make it work and whatnot. The best way to really be a good healer with Jeff is to have bubbles in really awkward locations. So that way, if someone needs to heal, they have to go out of their way and not fight in that zone where they'll accidentally pick up the bubbles. And you need to line yourself up like Invisible Woman and heal at the same exact time. But that is not where the power of Jeff lies, to just be a perma healer. So it's rough because he doesn't really have a main direction. He's just there. If they leaned more into one or the other, I think that'd be okay. But because his playstyle isn't very coherent, people generally play wildly differently. And that's kind of the issue. No one really knows what they're doing with Jeff, is what I've came with. There's too many different playstyles for that character. And that's because there's not really one that's identified. So if you do perma heal as Jeff, it's rough, especially because you need to reload, and his reload is a long time. Like, it's very long compared to like Rockets, at least in my opinion, compared to Rockets. And his heals don't heal over time. It's rough. It is rough. It's really rough. They would need to do something to change him. I don't think he'd be a really good healer if he focuses on healing either, because it requires too much work, like a lot of work. It's like, just play another one. Maybe I will do that. Maybe I'll play some Jeff tonight and like really try to focus more on healing. I did it before, but I was also having a lot of fun blowing people up. So I wasn't really focused on healing, to be honest with y'all. I was just carrying matches because I was just fighting everybody. But I want to try. I want to try to perma heal as much as I can and just see how that works. From my experience before, it was not great. But I would try again just to see what it's like. Give him all-stars because his ult can throw too. True. I've actually had a few Jeffs, even in high rank, which mind boggles me, where they ulted me and someone else and threw us all off. And I was like, what is your logic there? I wish that more Jeff players knew that when they ult, you're healing people. So instead of spitting out someone who has like 10 HP, just keep them in you for a while they heal up and then spit them out. You know, these little things that Jeff players tend to not pay attention to because his playstyle is not coherent. You don't know what to do with this character. It is not obvious. Whereas all the other characters, or mostly all of them, have an obvious direction on where they want to go. That's my thing on it. So usually Jeff players are only doing well if their cheese works, if the way that they cheese the match works. And I feel like that's toxic. I feel like that's toxic. I do feel like Jeff does a lot of damage. Jeff does a lot of damage. I like wholeheartedly agree with that comment. Good burst healing is fine. But again, most Jeffs don't play like that. You know? But that's also because their kit isn't really designed to be a healer outright. In my opinion. Obviously, I'm not a designer, so I don't know. But I think it just takes a lot of work to heal people with Jeff. And I've noticed that it's very hard to heal tanks with Jeff. Like, the heals are not that great over time. Unless you bubble. So you gotta do a lot of work. But it's not about me personally. It's about the majority of the Jeff players that we've run into. And I think majority of them lean into the I don't care about my team, I'm just trying to fight people, or I'm gonna try to do both, fight people and heal, but not really do either or that well. And so you're just kind of like waiting on the team to be good enough to play with you. It's similar to Black Widow. Like, Black Widow isn't bad, but if your team doesn't utilize you or your team struggles, that character is not that great. Jeff is like that. There are some games where like we need more heals and more consistent heals because Jeff can't heal 2 people at once, at least with his primary fire, and the bubbles get picked up accidentally all the time. So it's not like you can like heal multiple people at once. You do have to realistically line yourself up to heal them. There's other healers that can heal multiple people at once, and it's just way more useful that way while still doing damage. So yeah. And then the other thing is too the ult. Like, if you whiff the ult, you just basically don't even have an ult. Like, if they're just good at dodging it or you're just bad at using it, you're not even a character then. So I would say all stars. I wouldn't say professional because they do try to win. But if you call them out in any shape or form, they get very toxic. And then they like play worse on purpose. Like, they ignore the team on purpose. It's a very in spite of you character of what I've noticed whenever you call them out. There are some good ones. Like I said before, I've run into some good Jeffs where they heal properly and they're actually like putting in some work. But I think most of them, I don't know what it is, but most of them will throw a match like crazy, especially if you call them out. And that's a really crazy mindset to have. I don't know. It could be this. Okay, this one's on y'all. Are we gonna go professional athlete or all stars? Because I'm being a little bit biased here. I'm not even gonna front. He definitely deserves to be in one of the two though. So we'll just do another poll, and you guys let me know. PA for professional athlete or AS? Where are we going? Because I'm being a little bit biased with my experiences, I feel. And when I feel like I'm being biased, I'd rather have you guys choose. I put the poll up. If I feel like I'm being biased, I feel like it's unfair. So you guys let me know. And we will go based off what you guys say. It's like All-Star. All-Stars is winning. Holy moly. I thought it's gonna be a little closer than that. Y'all are actually like serious. Y'all are serious. Dakota said that's how I play them. Focus more on heals. That's the thing, Dakota. Like, there are selective people that play Jeff really well, but I'm just thinking of the overarching player base that plays that character, at least from my personal experience, because obviously there's a lot of players out there and I have not played with every single one of them. But just with my experience, I've had negative experiences with this character repeatedly. And if you ask them to swap, that's when they become very toxic, usually. And they're not going to swap. They're not going to benefit the team in any way on purpose. And they just are like, you know, whatever, dude. Whatever. And I don't even need to be the one asking. I just see somebody else ask. And the thing is, when I ask someone to swap, it's always, I try to be as like polite as possible. And I won't even like, I'll even do things to say like, Jeff, like, here's an example. This is how I usually ask to swap. I'm like, hey, Jeff, do you mind swapping? If not, it's okay. I will play a third healer. I'm basically saying, Jeff, swap, but like, use your moral compass. Do you want to force 3 healers, or do you just want to swap so we can win and have, you know, an additional tank or an additional DPS? Every time they do not swap. So that's my personal experience. You don't think you've ever won a ranked game with Jeff? Jesus. Holy crap. Okay, that's a little wild. I imagine every Jeff main as a pure, innocent, and happy-go-lucky human. Many times based on comms, they are. Really? I don't use comms. So if anything, I just chat. We're going to keep him in All-Star because that's where you guys said to vote. But like, really, I don't ever comment them, so I don't know. I do. The thing is, though, it is such a cute-looking character. And the Lord icon is a cute-looking character that I just perceive them as, you know, like, oh, you know, they're nice. But then when you type to them, they turn into a different beast entirely. Next, we have Loki, benchwarmer. I think I don't ever really run into an issue with Loki players. I'm lying. Minor league with Loki. Because here's why. I've seen Loki players take random ults that make no sense. Like, makes no sense. You could take a support ult, set it right there, and we're taking the Hulk ult. Why? What's the point? What you doing? Or you could take an ult that's like Star-Lord's. Or you take a random ult like, trying to think. A random ult like Black Widow's. Why? What do you do? Why? What's going on with you? What's your internal conflict? So if I haven't run into so many Loki players that take weird ultimates, I would call him a bitch warmer. But Loki, no pun intended, he be throwing games if he takes the wrong ultimate. Like, he throws fights if he takes the wrong ultimate. And it's not an accident. You might be thinking, oh, well, it's an accident. First off, you can make a setting that allows you to see the character's portrait before you accept taking their ultimate, so you can choose. It's not an accident. And second of all, I see them look at the target when they take it, completely away from everybody else. That is intent. They are intentionally choosing random ultimates. And it's not all the time. It isn't all the time. But my God, it happens quite frequently. And there's no logic to why. If it were like, oh, I'm going to take an Iron Man ult because they just ulted, so I'm not going to take a support ult. I'm going to pop them with Iron Man's ult. Even if you mess up, I understand where you're going. Makes sense. But to take an ult that makes no sense at all, that's where it gets me. Goated if they can copy the right ult. They definitely have to copy the right ult. I say Loki's an athlete. Really? Oh, I gotta read this. So Dan says Loki's an athlete. Usually do a great job, but every now and then they do get KO greedy and go for the offensive ult that doesn't contribute as much as they think. It could be misclicking though. I see where you're coming from. That's kind of similar to the story behind what I'm saying, but I don't run into it that often to really say, like, it's not half and half. It's probably like 80-20, if anything. 80-20, if anything. Loki take I've seen that. I've seen a Loki take Penny ult. Penny will ult, and then Loki takes the Penny ult and then ults right behind. And I'm just thinking, what are you doing? That is funny. That is funny. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Poisonous. You know, I think Minor League is pretty fair because most of them are pretty decent and they do understand when to take the right ultimates. I don't really have a problem with them healing. They try to do their best to heal. I know sometimes, especially if you're flying, it is hard for them to aim because it's more of a projectile, not a hit scan. And there's a lot of effort that goes into playing the character, but there are times where they intentionally just choose some random character, so or to copy the ult from. So I'm gonna leave them there. Next we have Luna Snow. Luna Snow. Okay, so this is how this works. With Luna Snow, I'm gonna say 7 out of the 10 matches, their KOs or their amount of the times that they get KO'd reaches double digits. So we're looking at 10 plus times they got KO'd. And it's not a rare thing. This is no matter what rank, this is kind of my experience. But it's just me. So I'm gonna need y'all, of course. But based off my experience, that character usually gets their ult second. So they don't even have their ult when they need to ult to counter an ult or to counter whatever they need to counter. And on top of that, when they do ult, they like go into spots where the heal can't reach you, like spinning around the convoy point so that you're not getting healed, leading going forward and then walking back even though their ult duration is pretty or just started, so they like bait you into going forward and then just walk away from you. They're trying to focus on healing one person, so they leave the entire team and say, I got you with the heals, and then run back. They flip to purple and don't use green, and then they cause the whole entire team to get KO'd. They always KO without their ult, like I said before, where they just kind of just get tossed out repeatedly. My experience has been they're somehow still useful, aside from all that, by the way. But like most of the time, that's how they get. And they also have the victim mentality in higher ranks. So we're talking about Celestial, Eternity, what about, they have like these victim, and I don't know if it's because they play with people, they have a pre-made, but they have this victim mentality where it's like, if they get taken out, it's the team's fault. And I do get you don't have any dashes. I do understand that you don't really have much of an escape tool, but like, to play the victim card because you lack positioning skills, it's kind of wild. And it happens every time, every single time. There's not a time where the Luna is like, oh, my bad, guys. No, it's because, where's my pill? I can't play the game because well, I can't do anything because that's Spider-Man. It is a pain to deal with Spider-Man. I understand, but you can still position better. And it's just always that victim card. So I don't know. That's how I feel. I'm a little bit biased, though. I'm a little bit biased, as I said. I'm gonna need y'all, but that's just my experience with that. How dare you put Iron in Hall of Famer? That's how it is. Mario says, or Madeo says, bench warmer. Really? Also, hello. I don't think I acknowledged you before. Super dive vulnerable. That is true. They are. Literally missing heals when I'm 3 feet away. I will say it's hard to heal people that kind of move weird. To their credit, it is difficult sometimes if players are like jiggling around instead of just staying still in cover. It's kind of hard to land that sometimes. The freeze, I usually see them land good freezes. Luna's usually land good freezes if they mean the character. My only problem with Luna is that they don't know when to ult. That's a sub problem, not a Luna problem per se. I don't think I've ran into an issue where they don't ult at the right time. I just noticed that they tend to get their ults a little too late. And I do agree that that would be a support issue, not really a Luna issue. My issue with her is during her ult, she circles things or she goes into places where you can't receive the healing effect because it blocks it off. And it's just kind of like, why do you do that? So KOing while looking down to see purple is so demoralizing. Yes, when I see the purple, I'm like, we need the healing of green, fam. What are you doing? And yeah, I agree. I thought I was a good Luna. I hit Celestial and couldn't stay alive. I was the Hall of favorite. Low ranks, I watched Lunas miss too much. Minor league. Yeah, that's what I was saying. My experiences for those ranks. Again, I don't know if it's because they originally just like pre-made, so it's easier for them to coordinate. But like an actual true blue, like possibly solo Luna player in high ranks, they never take responsibility, and it's always everybody else's fault. Loser said, I honestly believe Luna is the hardest support. You need skill for everything, so she's at least pro. Because it's easier for me to expect me to get healed by Invisible or Luna. Or C&D. Is Luna the hardest support? I never actually thought about who's the hardest support to play. People think Loki's really hard to play, but he has so much healing. He's not actually as hard as people think that he is. He just requires a little bit of game knowledge, but he's not actually hard to play. I think Luna's struggle is just positioning. If the Luna knows how to position, then it's fine. But I don't know. I never actually thought about it. That's a good question or thought. So you guys are thinking minor league. I guess that's fair. Because professional athlete, like you would really have to be screwing your team over, and they usually do swap if they need to. But I just really hate that victim mentality. That victim card, that right there always gets me. I do not like that. Like I do not like how we don't improve as a player because we blame our entire team the whole match. If you think it, just don't type it. But don't be typing to the team why you are having problems doing your job. That right there kind of gets me a little bit. That's where it gets me. So I want to say professional athlete because although they are trying to win, although they don't intentionally mess you up, that victim card, for me, this is a bias thing here. That victim card for me bumps it to professional athlete. But this is high ranking. Okay, so this is not lower ranks. I don't think they usually type a lot in lower ranks. But in higher ranks, because people are a lot better, they're able to pick her off a lot more. And so instead of her thinking, well, I should just position better, it's always my team needs to do something or else I can't play the game. And that's not true. And I hate that. I hate that a lot. And it's not even just a Luna thing. I mean, a lot of characters do that, but it's more frequent from that one. So I say professional athlete. That's where I think we're going. And I will say this too. I do try to play around her. I do understand. Usually when you're in higher ranks, tanks and DPS understand how healers work, and they will try to position or be in a spot so you can heal them properly. It is very infrequent that a tank will just randomly run off and expect the Luna to do something. We know that the positioning that you have is vital. So we're going to run to you as frequently as possible so you can still remain safe. That is not something that happens in lower ranks. So do people want Luna to chase you all the way across the map? It's like, bro, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. All right, next we have Magik. Bro, this is such a bias. So, you know, if you guys have been following my channel, you guys know I hate Magik. Like, bro, I hate Magik so much. So much. The most annoying character to go against ever. Like, I hate her with a passion. But this is weird because this list is the opposite of that. This list is literally the opposite of my hate for her. I think it's a minor league because most of the time when Magik is played, you just kind of auto win. But I'll also say that if she needs to swap, she usually doesn't. That's where I am with it. So just because you're stubborn to swap, we automatically need to put you at minor league. But I don't really see toxic Magik players, personally. I don't really see them have issues. It's just sometimes the character, because the character is broken. I hate her so much. It's very hard for a Magik to be bad because even if you are bad, you still are wiping teams. But the fact that you don't swap when necessary, or heaven forbid you get one of these Magics that think they're just the hero of the story and goes in 1v6, it's wild. I don't even know what runs through their brain when they think about that, by the way. It's just like everybody on your team gets KO'd. What do they say? What is her quote? Fear Darkchild or something like that? And then she just runs in there. And it's like, bro, I don't know if you know, but like the whole entire team, like all 5 of us, we ain't there. You trying to write a new book? You trying to make clips? Don't know what you're doing? It's not gonna work. And then they run in and just boom, and explode. And it's like, you could have just saved the ult for us to come back. No, you had to be a superhero. You had to do what you had to do during that moment. So those are the 2 things that kind of like make me upset and throw it a little bit for me. But for the most part, I don't have any issues with this character. I feel like you just auto win. She's so broken. I can't stand that character at all. At all. She gets on my nerves. Vic says, I hate how fast she KOs people, and you can't hit her with those teleports. Exactly. She gets an overshield and invulnerability. No. I hate this character with a passion. With a passion. Oh, it's Fear the Darkchild. That's what it is. I love her voice acting, by the way. I will say, the person that voice acted that, ooh, solid. The way that the character is depicted, love it. The way that the character plays, you would expect it to play like that. It's just the balancing to it. That's all that I'm saying. I think the character design is fantastic. The voice is phenomenal. Whatever, great. Just anti-fun playing against it. I don't like it. It's Behold Darkchild when it's on the enemy team, because there are 2 quotes. There's an enemy team quote, and then there's your team. You're right. I think when it's the enemy team, it's Behold. And then when it's your team, it's Fear. The character will always say what the enemy team hears, by the way. I don't know if you guys know this. So like if you're playing Invisible Woman, she will always say disappear. She will not say shields up. But your team hears shields up. So I don't know which one it is, but I think Behold Darkchild is the enemy, like you said. Oh, you're right. It is Limbo. It is Limbo, I think. There you go. Limbo stands with you. I love this voice actor. And she did great. But yeah, that's where I think she deserves to be. Like, it's very hard for me to see this a Magik do poorly because they're just so infuriating to go against. People always tell me they don't really have much of an issue with this character and they find other characters to be more problematic. But for me, every time, it's to the point where if I see you play Magik, my whole mood shifts and I'm just upset the entire match. I won't type to you. Part of, like, 99% of me wants to be toxic to a Magik player when I see them. 99%. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. But that 1% of popping is like, why? Don't be that guy. But I always want to say, like, that character is broken. It's passive aggressive. I'm not gonna be toxic like people think. I'm very passive aggressive. So I'll say something that's not really intended to really do anything directly to you, but I'll just say it. Like, Magik is so busted. Like, I'll type something like that or want to every time I see it. It just makes my whole mood change. You guys will see it on stream. You guys will notice it when I play with you. I get so turned around by that character. It is not a joke. It is the most frustrating for me, and it turns my entire mood around. Having it on my team feels great, though. I love it. I love it. But on the enemy team, You guys will never see my attitude change more quicker than that. Next, we have Magneto. With Magneto, I think a bench warmer. No, not a bench warmer. I'm glad I stopped myself. Magneto's problem is he's passive. There's way too many passive Magnetos. Change my mind. No matter the rank, it could be bronze, it could be one above all. I do not care. There's always going to be that passive there's some great Magneto players, by the way, I will say, but more often than not, there's that passive Magneto player that doesn't do anything but looks at the enemy team sitting in the same spot. If you don't move, bro, I could be taking with that Magneto, going all up in there, bop, boom, sham. Where you at, dog? Dang. No, I'm just supervising. Supervise yourself to this spot and help me out every time. There's even times where I play healers like Loki, Mantis, Rocket. This dude's walking back. I'm over here in the front line intentionally because I'm like, bro, I just said, here's the amplifier. I'm trying to say, amplify, take this. Come on. And he's just walking back while I'm over here jumping around 1v5 and I can't stand it. That right there borderlines my attitude to Magik. Borderlines. It ain't there. Cause I always get upset at Magik, but you gotta be a special Magneto player to get that far into my attitude. But I've seen it. There's no way a support should be able to identify when you should push before a tank should identify that. You cannot be a bench warmer. You failed, Magneto. You're not a bench warmer. You're never gonna be a bench warmer. I see you looking at it. Don't even think about it. I don't even want to, you better not even think about the letter B. It ain't you. It ain't ever. Swear. It's so frustrating for me. It does not matter the ring. It frustrates me. Constantly self-shielding ones can also be a bane. That's true. But most of it is just passive. It's passive. And the thing is, you would think that someone that's passive isn't directly harming your team, right? Well, if I'm being passive, I'm not really doing anything, I'm chilling. Therefore, I'm not hurting you guys, and I'm not helping you guys. But realistically, especially in high rank, you being passive is basically telling them, run all over this dude. And what do? Run all over the dude. That makes no sense. Makes no sense at all. Like, you should not be passive in a support ultimate. I don't care who you are. If your passiveness is so strong that you just decide to back up when your support ults forward, I don't know what to say. The thing is, he doesn't throw. Yeah, he does. I've lost because of it. But, oh, Jesus. I'm biased again. I want to say professional athlete because it's not intentional. Magneto players aren't intentionally passive. And what's worse is they could be lords. I know some people might be thinking, well, usually the newer Magneto players are passive. That's not true. I've seen Lord players be passive as well. It is something with that character that just tells people to not do anything. But I've also seen good ones, so I think because it's not intentional, they might not even know that they're doing it. I think professional athlete is fun. Hall of Famers are for the people who intentionally do stuff that loses games and they don't care. And I think if I tell a Magneto player to not be passive, I'm lying. They still be passive. You want to know what's strange? All the time, by the way, whenever they swap to another tank, all of a sudden they just aggressive. The most aggressive players you've never seen. Like lunch money aggressive. Like they was a 10-year-old taking the 5-year-old's lunch money at school. That type of aggressive. Like where your joke at? But when they're on Magneto, they just sitting there. Like I ain't do nothing. I don't know. How does a character change a play style that fast? That's wild. You would think that Strange and Magneto would share their similarities if you would have hopped from one or the other. Yes, their playstyles a little different, but for the most part, you being passive should transition to Strange. It shouldn't just change randomly. It's so strange to me. So I think he's going to be there because they don't do it intentionally. It's not on accident. I mean, it's not. It most likely is on accident. You know, and they will try to play with you. If you address it, they'll try to play more aggressive. They never do, but they're trying, and that's good enough for me. So, nah, the passive ones that I'm talking about are duo tanking. They ain't soloing. I do understand being passive as a solo tank, but if you have another tank with you, there's no reason. You need to get up in there and start going ham. Next, we have Mantis. And I know Omri had an issue with a Mantis player recently, but I don't think I really have an issue with a Mantis personally. I think she's a bench warmer. I don't necessarily have any issues with Mantis. Strange to be more aggressive as the daddy energy. I mean, you're not wrong. Mantis can be selfish and go for the KOs instead of the heals. That's true. But to be fair, though, what I will say is that the heals aren't that great anyway. And so even if they do heal you, it might seem like they're not healing you, but it's just not that great for how much damage you may be taking. And I think sometimes that gets misinterpreted. I'm not saying on your end, but I've been in games where I've been that Mantis or I've seen that Mantis, and it's like, when I am Mantis, they think you're not healing, but you are. It's just you take way more damage than I'm healing you. Or if I'm not playing Mantis and someone else is, I've been in a situation where I've been the tank and I felt like they weren't healing, and I'm like, oh, we're playing Mantis. And so I'd be a little bit more slow with my approach, a little bit more methodical with how I want to play, and then they start healing fine. So I don't think I've ever run into a Mantis that is like, I'm not doing nothing for nobody. I just think that they don't heal enough for it to be noticeable sometimes, and that's where that disconnect comes into play, at least for me. Like, I don't even think it's a skill issue when I have a Mantis, because no matter how good you are, you're not going to impact your heals. Your heals are still going to be minor, because that's just how they balance the game. I don't really know why they're so low. You know, it might be because if she continues to get critical hits, she'll just continue to pop heals, and that might be a little bit too much. But I don't know how they'll fix her. But she is meant to be doing more damage than healing. Yeah, but it usually comes into getting into a bad position, so they force you to play around them a bit, at least in my experience. I'll give you that, Dan. There are some times where they will kind of like go somewhere to get more KOs, which means you have to kind of go to, and it like forces a really weird dynamic to where sometimes they start frontlining or they start going off, and in order for them to heal you, you have to remain near them, but they'll go behind walls and chase, and I can see that. I can see that. But I will say the majority, I think, are just bench warmers. I think majority of Mantis players aren't really that KO thirsty of a player. Usually they're just trying to chill and help the team. And usually if it doesn't work, they'll swap. I haven't seen a Mantis player just stick on Mantis the entire game if it's not working. I think Mantis players know that they don't heal that well. And if they're not landing any hits while also we need more heals, it's probably better to swap. So I think Benchwarmer is a pretty decent spot. Gabrielle said, or minor league if she just avoids being aggressive and lack heals for doing so. Doesn't Mantis have to be aggressive? I don't think you need to be aggressive. You could still be like in the back throwing hits. Do you mean aggressive positioning or aggressive just like fighting and healing at the same time? Because if you mean positioning, I don't think you need to take aggressive positions as Mantis. She doesn't have any fall off damage. But if you mean doing damage while healing, I don't think I've ever ran into a Mantis that is opting to just heal, because y'all got some different experiences than what I have. I do agree that being aggressive makes the character shine more in terms of like if you're running around and fighting and, you know, being more active. I do think it provides her more, but At the end of the day though, her healing is still kind of capped, and you're not healing more because you're doing more. You know what I mean? It's kind of like Adam Warlock. But I noticed that Mantis players will generally swap if they need to. So I think I'm gonna keep her at benchwarmers. Only because although being aggressive helps her shine, you don't need to be to play her. So giving her a rating on something that is kind of like a suggestion playstyle rather than you need to do it, I think it's kind of rough. But I do agree that there's a lot of aggressive Mantis players that get out of position like crazy. But I think those are very few, far in between. I think most Mantis players are pretty chill, pretty relaxed. But that one's kind of up in the air. That one's kind of between. I'll put her in front because she's kind of like in between everything. I'll put her there. Next, we have Mr. Fantastic. Benchwarmer, 100% in my opinion. Dude, I don't really ever see an issue with this character. I don't, this is me personally. They don't usually do bad. They're just there. They're just a big piece of soaking up damage meat, basically. I don't ever have issues with this character. And when I'm going against him, he's a pain in the butt. So, I think he's chill. I think he's relaxed. If you guys have any other objections to that, then I'll change it. But I think most of the time he's chilling. He doesn't really do anything wrong ever. If you have one, cool. If you don't, it's not a problem. And I like that, honestly. They know their target priority is pretty good. They know what to focus and when to focus it. They know how much damage they usually can take before they need to run back to the team. They're very understanding about where they should position when they go to fight. Very rarely do they're like the big brain players. Even if they're not like high ranking, I think Mr. Fantastic players are just big brained. He's getting popular? I'm glad, because I always said he was strong. When he first got released, I said he was a strong character, but I swear nobody believed me. That's usually how it always goes. They're like, he's so bad. I'm like, bro, this character's nuts. And then as time progresses, he gets a little bit more buffed and buffed, because usually developers like to buff even if it's not bad. If people think it's bad, it's up to the developers to figure out a way to buff them so that they feel good. Because that's the whole point. They want you to feel good playing the character. And if you as a player feel like they're not feeling good, they'll buff it anyway, even if nothing says that they need to be buffed. Which is a great mindset to have, because it's all about what the players want. It's not necessarily always about what's best for the game. And so they've been buffing them little by little to try to get players to feel good playing them. And I think they're doing a great job. And I think he's in a good spot. So, you know. What's up, Danny C? What's the Benchwarmer tier description? So their description is basically the characters that don't really impact the game. They'll always play to help out the team. They'll always swap if they need to. They don't cause any problems for the team most of the time. That is the Benchwarmers. Hall of Famers are the people on the opposite side of that spectrum who cause problems all the time. They don't care about the team. They'll do whatever they want to do. It does not matter. I'm playing my game. And that's where and then everything in between is basically, you know. Everything we have is Moon Knight. What did I just say? Was I reading at the same time? How did that? What? Next we have Moon Knight. I don't even know where to begin with this character. You know what? Nah, yeah, I do. So Moon Knight is very hard to play into flying characters. And people that play Moon Knight generally don't swap. No, that's a lie, they do. But it takes a minute for them to think about it and do it. And if they're playing against flyers, they don't usually swap anyway. They just keep going against the flyer, letting that flyer do whatever they want to do, because he can't really hit them that well. I'm going to say minor. I want to say minor. Because, like, there's times where you can just straight up keep diving this dude and he'll keep playing Moon Knight. And there's times where we need something that can handle what's in the air and they still play Moon Knight. But like most of the time, it's okay. Like most of the time, having a Moon Knight on your team is whatever. It isn't really a hindrance until those things pop up. Then, if they do not swap, that's kind of rough. So it's kind of like meh. You have your moments, is basically what I'm saying here. Like you just have your moments, you know. You sure about the attitude of the player? Not of the player. I want to say of the character, but I guess yeah. I guess the player would make sense. It's like partial. But yeah, it's not a power level tier list. It's not like who's strong or not. That's not what we're doing. It's just a for fun tier list. I might do more of these if you guys enjoy it, but I just like having fun sometimes. Just get away from all the try hardness of the channel and all the guides and stuff, and just kind of relaxing and just hanging out with you guys, because that's always the funnest part. Is we can hang out and be ourselves, and you know, we're all equal and nobody thinks that they're better than anybody, and we don't have any of that nonsense happening. Just nice, chill, relaxing. Everybody has their experience and shares, and you know, this is just one of those streams. As someone who used to play Moon Knight, I feel like I have to prove myself by trying to shoot down the flyers with his slow. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Luckily they buffed the speed, but I still don't think it's enough. It's still hard to hit flying characters, and I put some hours into Moon Knight, and no matter what, unless they're flying near a wall, it is still hard to take those flyers out. And that's where it really comes down to, like, do you really want to swap or not? So I don't know. I've seen Moon Knights actually try and KO the Iron Man. Yeah, I've seen it too. They just don't do a good job. They just don't do a good job. So it's like they don't. It's not intentional. They want to play well. I've seen Moon Knights try to peel. I've seen them try, but sometimes it does not work. And when it doesn't work, I've still seen the Moon Knights be a little bit stubborn before they swap, or sometimes they just don't swap. So I want to say it's that minor inconvenience that puts them in minor league. But overall, I do think they're pretty like wholehearted players, and they do really try their best to do whatever they can to help whoever. It's just whenever they're at that limit of capacity of being able to assist based off that enemy team comp, it really goes to show who's really down to just swap real quick to fix and round out the team. Or if you're like, bro, I don't care about whatever they picked. I love Moon Knight and I'm playing Moon Knight, which is fine. Play whatever you want to play. No problems with that. But sometimes it does make the game rough. So my Moon Knights never swap. Exactly. Moon Knights that can peel our besties. They do. It's really nice to see. So I think he's there. I think that's fine. Next we have Namor. I think a bench warmer. Either Namor will do well, or he'll swap if he's doing poor. Not really much to say about it. I think that's a very short one. I think we could probably all agree. You don't really, like, bro, you're Namor. Whatever, dude. Very rarely have I seen a Namor that doesn't swap, and even if they don't swap, they're still really useful. Very rarely that I see a Namor do poor and not swap. They will always swap. I've never seen someone just sit on Namor. And most people that go Namor do it because they want to counter someone. There are straight up Namor mains, but usually they like to play other stuff and then play Namor when they really have to just bring it out real quick. So I think Benchwarmers is fine. Moving on to Penny. So Penny, I cannot stand Penny players. But Poppin', aren't you a Lord Penny player? Don't you play Penny on your main account and stuff? I do, but I hate Penny. I have this thing, when I play my characters, I know when I need to swap. Now, this is a skill that I've learned because I just play a lot of the characters, not really just for me, but because I want to try to, in order for it, this is my thought process, to make great content for everybody else, I need to understand how everyone feels. So people who see my tier list, or people who see maybe some guides and stuff, they might think I don't really know the perspective of what I'm talking about, but I know the perspective of what I'm talking about. I've been in the shoes of receiving and doing. I literally, when I do anything, I go through as much as I can before I make the content, because I know that's what you guys go through. It'd be weird for me to be like, oh yeah, this character's super strong, but I never play them, or make a guide on a character that I don't touch. Like, it's weird. So I do my best to play everything and really put in a lot of effort. So, but I know how to swap because, again, that's why I do that. Most players don't do that. Obviously, there's no reason to, so they play what they like to play. I run into so many Penny players that do not swap. And here's my problem with Penny. Penny is not bad. I don't have an issue with Penny. The problem is once the team starts snowballing, you need to swap, because the way Penny is good is by being able to set up and, you know, bunker down and do her thing. If you're constantly having your team getting rolled over, you don't have time to set up anymore. This means every time you get to the point or wherever you're going, you have to fight, but you didn't have time to set up. So then you get KO'd again and again and again. And it's like, dude, that right there, I don't understand. So like, that's where I am with it. And that gets under my skin. You don't really see it too much in lower ranks because usually lower rank players have a harder time dealing with Penny than higher rank players. But when Penny players get destroyed in high rank, they don't swap. They just stay Penny. And I'm like, bro, you're getting dissected over here. You're getting demolished. Your style is not working. But I'm gonna still play Penny. That gets me. That gets me, and it throws a lot of games. Like, it's forcing me to play with you. And again, I'm always an advocate about playing whatever you want to play. Do your thing. It's cool. I don't want anybody to feel like they need to swap, you know. But when you're in a really, really, really high rank, it's kind of advantageous to swap because that's kind of how the game's designed. So, you know, if it's not working, they just keep playing Penny and getting rolled over. So it's kind of like, if it's not working, please swap, dude. But of course, I'm biased. What are your guys' opinion? Penny, they don't swap, but they don't usually have as much impact as they think they do. Yes, Dan. Holy moly. You say it way better than me. You should be streaming, not me. Penny players that don't know where to put their nest are kind of sus. Lauren, I've seen people put the nest in a spot where the entire enemy's team can see it, and they keep doing it every single time. I'm like, because you're closer to your nest, it doesn't provide any extra impact. But what are you doing? Hide it somewhere. Yeah, those pennies. And you would think those are just new players. No, I've seen Lord pennies play like that. And I'm just thinking, like, where you have that many hours on this character? We still do this? You need to be smart to play Penny, and most people who play her are Pathalo. That's disrespectful. Don't say that. That's toxic. Gabrielle said, I've seen some Penny players solo tanking and attack with her. Yes, there are those few good Penny players, you know? As I said, I'm a Lord Penny player myself, but I do understand, like, when I know it's probably more advantageous to swap, because the problem with Penny is, like, she leads into enemies being able to freely snowball off your team. I don't know if many people know this, but, like, if you run over a Penny once, you're probably going to win subsequent team fights unless her whole team knows how to not get snowballed on. And it's very rare, especially in a random group. So this is why sometimes you might feel like a game is one-sided, or at least for a moment of that patch, you might seem like your team is getting ran over, like bam, bam. It's because of Penny. She needs to set up, and if she comes back to the fight not able to do so, she's basically just nothing. And it's you take her out real quick, bam, next, bam, next. And until you find your footing as Penny, or your team finds your footing as a whole, you're gonna continue to just get rolled on. And that's what happens. That is what happens repeatedly. And obviously, like I said, I'm a Lord Penny player. I know that's what happens. I've been through it. AL said, offensive nest setup is crazy. I've run into some offensive Penny nest setups, and they're not too... Sometimes they do it, and it doesn't benefit the team. I'll just say that. Sometimes I feel like they do it and it doesn't benefit the team. I think my only issue with Penny is just the inability to swap most of the time. Not swapping when your team needs you to swap is rough, but this is kind of being biased to high ranks. Obviously, that's not fair. So, but I will say that penny players do try their best to appeal for you. They try their best to play with the team. They aren't selfish. I will definitely say that. Penny players are not selfish. They don't just do whatever they want to do. They whatever they do has intent. They try to like do something, even if it's not that great, even if you get mad at them, whatever. You'll never see a penny player just do some random stuff for no reason. Like they have a reason to somehow do it. And most of them do try to peel for the back by putting the nest near people to try to help. Most people that play penny are actually there to help out. It's just when it's not working, they refuse to swap. And I think that right there is a problem. So I think minor league along with Moon Knight. I don't want to be too biased to high ranking penny players because y'all should know better. Y'all should already be swapping. I feel like anybody that's in Eternity and one above all should never have an excuse to not swap. Y'all should be swapping on the reg. But we're talking about like people that are like just really in love with penny and aren't sweats. You know, they're not really trying to get to anywhere near the top. It's kind of like, dude, I'm just playing my game. It's kind of unfair to say that they need to swap because they don't. People, you only need to swap when you're dealing with sweats or when you can't accomplish something. Penny's kit can accomplish a lot of things. It's very hard to say that it doesn't. So I think minor league is fine. She does what she needs to do. She does what she needs to do properly, and on top of that, her kit is very concise. Like you understand what your kit does. It's not a mystery. So, but the one thing I do hate, and this is why I'm not factoring this into the equation, I hate penny players that don't play penny. You have people that are playing penny that clearly do not play penny, and you can see it. It's written all over how they play. Those penny players, they get under my skin. Why are you locked? Is it because you feel like penny's easy? Is it because you feel like she's busted? She's strong? Like, why do you feel like you need to play that? Their nests are always in crappy locations. Their positioning is always awful. They're usually standing behind the enemy team or behind your team. Like, it's so bad. I think Penny is like one of the worst first time playing characters in the game. It is so awful. And I don't want to discourage anybody from playing Penny. That's not what I'm saying. But to pick Penny when you know you don't play Penny and you make the game a lot harder because you're abusable because you don't play the character is hilarious. But they're not part of the Penny players that we're talking about, so it's unfair to factor that into the equation. But my goodness, those pennies, they are wild to me. They are wild to me. For me, Penny's a chunky TVS. What's up, Deacon? Hello, hello. Hey, all. Hey, Lofton. Always a blessing to catch you live. Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trying to stream more. Hope you guys have noticed. But I also want to do some fun streams, too. I know you guys want to see me play games and whatnot, and I understand that. But, you know, sometimes my game or my content requires me to play a lot before I release the content for you guys. So I do spend a few hours, or more than a few hours, to, like, play. And so sometimes I might not, if I drop a video, I might not feel like streaming the next day and playing the game because I need breaks, you know? And I like these type of ones. So I will be popping in some gameplay streams too. I've been trying to, but I also want you guys to get the happy popping, right? The popping that wants to play. I don't want you guys ever watch me and just have, I don't ever do this, but I don't want you to come to a stream one day and be like, popping, you don't look like you even want to like play or whatever. Like, I don't want that. I want you to get the same popping every single time. So I will be adding game streams and whatnot. But if you're looking for a game stream, I apologize that this isn't that one. But I'm glad you're able to catch it live too. I've been trying to be more live more frequently. Next we have Psylocke. So with Psylocke, here's my thing with Psylocke. So you have two types. You have the Psylocke that's like abusive. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're against this Psylocke, she is like waiting. Just she is waiting for you to be alone. As soon as you step across the line, she draws it in the sand. As soon as you step across that line, 100 to 0. You have the other Psylocke that is like, I don't even know how to like explain this. What they'll do is they'll go to the back line and just like poke from like 3 miles away, do like 10 damage, pop, 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 and you turn around and you're like, hey, how you doing? No, I'm chilling. You good? Oh, no, don't bother. Go back to your game. Pop, 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 pop. You turn around again. Hey, I still didn't move. I'm still here. And it's kind of like, what are you doing? It's like you just kind of you're doing nothing. If the enemy team ignores that Psylocke, you're gonna get ran over because Psylocke's not doing anything. If the enemy team is clueless enough to chase the Psylocke around the map for some reason, which is you're never gonna catch Psylocke. Like, don't even try. Then they'll lose, obviously, because you're just wasting time chasing something you're chasing a ghost. I have more of those type of Psylocks on my team and the enemy team than I do the other one, which is the one that actually knows how to take out a target if they're solo. That's my personal experience, whether it's low rank or high rank. Those are the two types of Psylocks that I run into, and I just see majority of the ones that are just like, hey, how you doing? Go back to playing the game. I'm just, firing some shots off from 3 miles away doing no damage. That's how I'm doing. So I think professional athlete. I think professional athlete because I feel like they think that they're doing a lot and they're not, but it's not intentional. It's not like they are like, I'm going to just sit behind and do nothing on purpose. It's like they feel like they're doing a lot because I'm distracting them, but you're not really distracting them because you're doing no damage. And you're not committing when you see someone by themselves either. Like, that's the worst part. Like, if you see someone alone, you need to commit, take out that target, assassinate. But most of them don't. Most of them don't. And so it's a hit or miss for me. I think professional athlete because they are trying, but they just don't. They just miss the mark most of the time. Sometimes people play it just for the skin. That's funny. The time you invited us to play with you was amazing. Don't usually expect that from famous YouTubers. Famous? All right, Deacon, you might be in the wrong stream. I don't know what you're talking about. Reaching out to us little people. I played under an alt account in case I was bad that time. It's fine. It's fine. One thing I never want to do is ignore a chat, and I never want to seem like I'm not equal to everybody. I always thought about that when I started a YouTube channel. I was like, I never want to be that guy. I do know it's really hard to respond to a lot of comments and, but I still want to try to take that time to do so. This is why I always heart comments, and because I want you guys to know that I'm reading them, I'm seeing them, and this is why I respond, because, y'all mean a lot to me. It's not just I want clicks. And maybe that's my downfall. Maybe I should just get into the mindset of I want clicks, ignore everybody. That's how I get bajillion million views. I'm toxic. No. Really though, like I don't want to be that guy. I want to do what I can. That's why I always appreciate members, because obviously the members are why I can keep doing what I'm doing and helping everybody and being able to be that close knit and all that extra good stuff because of the members. It's always them. So yeah, no problem. I never want to be that guy that ignores people. Next, we have Rocket. Also, don't feel bad if you play poorly. That just came into my mind. Don't feel bad. We all have bad games. We're just having a good time. Don't feel bad at all. Next, we have Rocket. Okay, here's a little story. Y'all ready? Story time. So, 2 nights ago, had a Rocket on my team. I was playing on an alt account because I'm leveling my alt accounts. I already told you guys the story. I do that to make better content, but I also do that to hone my skills and, all that extra good stuff. I want to be in the trenches where you guys are fighting and experiencing. I don't want to ever make content and just be talking out my butt. I want to know what I'm talking about because that's how I know it works. That's how I know you guys can improve. That's how I know that I'm not giving you guys nonsense. If I do it, it works. So, but anyway, alt account, man. We had a Rocket, no nonsense. And I shared this with Discord too. We had a Rocket, no nonsense. AFK healing. Just AFK healing. And it wasn't even like they were an AFK heal bot, as in like, oh, I'm always safe providing heals. No, they kept getting KO'd too. They had like 9 KOs for them, but their damage was none. During the match, it was obvious that we needed more. During the match, I said nicely. I don't remember what I said, but I was like, hey, you can't be heal. You can't keep healing, bud. Or like, you can't be a heal bot, bud. I feel like that's kind of toxic. I don't think I said that, but I just really do not remember the exact phrasing. But it wasn't in a negative way. It was just kind of like, can you start shooting? Like, we need more than just you straight up healing. The response that I got from this guy, wild. This guy told me, keep in mind, the players that are bronze now, or silver or whatever, bronze, actually, they got dropped from diamond. So my alt accounts aren't just fresh accounts. They just got deranked, so I have to re-rank them. I quote, I got to D1 not shooting. Shut up. Part of that is like, why are you admitting to the fact that you rank up by not playing the game? Whole nother story though. Secondly, you're acknowledging that you can be shooting. You acknowledged that you can actually play the game shooting, and you're choosing not to. And then you throw in being diamond. You have these bronze, silvers, golds, and platinum players playing out of their mind, struggling. You have the audacity to behave that way and flexing diamond. I was so in shock. I was so in shock when I got that response, because I've never, ever run into a rocket like that. I've run into some AFK healing rockets, but like, they ain't really AFK healing. And if they are, it's because they don't play rocket. This guy was a Lord Rocket player. I don't understand. I don't get it. Name me one rocket player that is a Lord that even when asked to start shooting, they say, no, this is how I climb. Name one. Except that one guy. Because I know on Twitter there was that like no damage rocket or whatever. You know, he was just being a troll. You know, he's just doing his thing. But that's one person. Name someone else. I'm a Lord Rocket player. Bro, I'm going up in there. I'm rat-a-tat-tan people. No way are you just AFKing in a bronze game trying to heal and getting... No way. I just can't. But you guys can see why people think that Rocket is really... you guys can see why people think Rocket is just really brain dead and blah, 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 blah. When you are in high rank as a support, as long as you keep everyone else alive, they can play the game as much as they want and they can carry you. That's not saying that Rocket is brain dead. Every healer works that way. If you keep people alive in high rank, they know how to play the game. They're high rank players. So it's wild that when you're in bronze as a diamond player, you you think that just healing is going to be how you climb. I don't get it. I don't know. It was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot for me. And I don't know. That like, it was such a shocker in my Marvel Rivals like experience. I just thought I should have to share that. Maybe I'm being overreactive to it though. But that being said, there are Rocket players who believe that they should not be shooting and they just think that they need to heal. And I don't think that necessarily throws a match most of the time, but there are times where you need to do more than just straight up heal and you're not. And I think that throws the match. But I only tell that story because do you guys feel like Rocket players intentionally do the heal thing, even though they know they should be shooting? They're like, I'm going to keep healing. Or do you guys think that the Rocket players generally keep healing because they feel like that's best for the team? Because that right there is going to dictate where we put this person, or where we put this character. I want to put him in professional athlete because I feel like if one player says that, the other ones might be thinking that. You know, the other Rocket players may be thinking that. The other ones that just kind of sit there and heal. But at the same time, if you realistically believe, like, well, if I'm permanently healing you, then I'm doing good. I have a lot of healing. So, like, where do you guys think that belongs? Deacon says, you are famous in the Marvel rival community, known for being hilarious and humble. Well, I'm glad I'm known for those things. I wouldn't want to be known for anything else. I'll tell you what. I used to cover a game, and it's funny. Weird story time. While you guys let me know in the while you're writing. Weird story time. I used to cover a game, and there was a character that dropped. It was an old game, and they basically redid the game. So it's like a little. It wasn't a remake. Maybe it was. Whatever. They just kind of brought it back. And there was a character that dropped. I was already in the game, and they kind of changed him a little bit. I thought the character was great. I was like, dude, they did a good job bringing the character back. He feels the same, etc., etc. But there were some real, like, sweaty, try-hard people. And there was one person made a video of me, like, saying I didn't know what I was talking about, which was funny because I made so many guides and so much content before that initial drop. So that was the first time I've ever seen someone actually, like, make a video off my video. And it's kind of, like, interesting because it's like, was I that good? Did y'all, or like, what? Did I really hit a chord that much for you go make your own video about my video? And it wasn't. I think it's someone who thought that I was just really this massive, crazy, famous person, and they wanted to, like, get views off of me, but I wasn't. So it was just really weird. Or at least I felt I wasn't, and it was just really weird. I was like, that's wild. I've had that happen 2 times. 2 times I've had creators for 2 different games make a video about what I'm doing on my channel. It never goes well. I think it's because, like you just said, I don't really think I know it all. I don't really think I'm that guy. So, like, people usually go comment on their videos and it's like, what are you talking about? Bro, that's just his opinion. He even says that's his opinion. And I just think it's funny because every single time commenters just go in and just stick up. And I'm like, oh, I love y'all. I do. I know, weird story. I'm sorry. I just thought I should bring it up based off what Deacon just said. But isn't that interesting to do that for no reason? I'm not even hurting nobody at all. I'm in my lane. Heal botting reinforces bad positioning. I just can't do it. I could see that. No, it's the fact that it's a conscious choice. Like, maybe not everyone. Is it baby or maybe? Did she get autocorrect? Maybe not everyone is a non-damage rocket. Yeah. Oh, you heard of that no healing rocket? Yeah, I've seen it on Twitter. It took a long time for them to climb, by the way. Bro deserves a D rank and stay in silver. He was bronze. You can't D-rank from bronze. It was a bronze game. I just got on my account to rank it up, and it was a bronze game. And that's what the player was saying as a Diamond 1 player. I don't even know what... it was wild. All the rockets I've seen do get a limbs, even if it's just a couple. Yeah, there you go. That's what I was thinking. So you guys think pretty much like it's not a rocket thing. It's in selective individuals. Pre-season 2, I think you have to keep bouncing the orbs, but now after the season update, yeah, I agree with that, AL. When I was playing Rocket before, I did feel like I have to heal more. I wasn't just straight up heal botting, but I did feel like I had to keep doing it more frequently, and I had a little room to actually fight. But now it feels like I can fight a lot more and just kind of balance between the two. I think they did a great job with like updating his kit there. They can't do damage unless they're up close and crit, and they need to stay back. That's why they would focus on healing. Still a PA for me. Oof, that's an I agree and I disagree, Dan. You're right, but wrong at the same time. At least in my opinion. Obviously, it's just my opinion. But like, rockets could still do damage from far away. Not mega far, but you know, far away. But you would still like it's still, even if it's like 30 damage, right? That's still something. If you don't need to heal and you can just pop a few shots, that's providing more, right? Than just staying in the heal form, basically. But you can also see that in their stats. The fact that you're choosing not to even fire shots is where the disconnect is coming. But I think you guys are right. I do not think that rocket players generally intentionally not fire shots. I think it's a couple of rockets, and most of them will, even if they don't do a lot of damage, they'll still try to pump some. So I'll say a minor league. And I also will say this, last season, sometimes you did need to swap from Rocket because Rocket wasn't enough. But with the buff to his ultimate and with the buff to his orbs, now he doesn't need to be swapped as much. If this was made last season, I would put him in professional athlete because of the lack of wanting to swap. But now he's so strong, he doesn't really need to swap anymore. There are sometimes, very few. But he doesn't need to do it as much anymore. So I think with that, he can be a minor league. And it's really only the few bad apples that ruin the Rocket experience. And so I think he's going to stay there. I don't think I've ever shot more than I healed. I think I do heal more than I shoot. But now I'm just starting to go to the back line. Bro, if he was from Diamond, it means he already D-ranked from Silver. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. I didn't think about that, AL. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Holy crap. So he did. Yeah, it doesn't work. I think that's why he was mad then. Yeah, so I think we're gonna put him at the minor league. We're gonna keep him there. Scarlet Witch, I think a bench warmer. I don't really ever see a Scarlet Witch ruin games. I really don't ever see Scarlet Witch do poor. And if they do, I think they swap. And we're not talking about the people who switch to Scarlet Witch. I'm talking about the actual like people who lock it in first go. Those players generally, I think preseason before the changes, so preseason 2, she didn't do as much damage. She was still useful, but she didn't do as much damage as she does now. And so I could see kind of how maybe it could have been a little throwy. But I think now it's fine. I think she's cool. I don't think she has any issues. That's just how I feel. Next, Spider-Man. So with Spider-Man, you guys have been blowing up. I mean, kaboom boom. My Discord, my comment section, my community posts about Spider-Man. I have been the only one saying that I do not have issues with this character. But everybody and they mama, is like popping. Bro, this guy like sucks. Like I don't know where you're from, Poppin. But this guy's tossing my games. And like every time I say he's not, I don't see it. You know, he does work or he does well. It's one of the two. You guys are like, no, Poppin. Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Shut up. Am I literally the only person on the planet that plays Marvel Rivals thinking that Spider-Man players don't actually toss games out as much as y'all say? There's no way. My thinking is, it's similar to Black Panther. Like, even if you do not get KOs, you're still a pain to deal with and people are still focusing on you. Like, I'm genuinely curious. Why do you guys feel like Spider-Man throws your games? Like, what is it about Spider-Man? What does he do? Is it the lack thereof? He's not doing anything? Like, what is he doing where you're like, bro, this guy gotta go. Swap now. Like, what? I'm genuinely curious. Yeah, it's just you. I'm literally curious. You never seen a Spidey peel? Fair. All right, I'll throw you guys a bone. I'll throw you guys a bone. This is what I've noticed when I play with Spider-Mans. Spider-Man players have an ego. Like, Spider-Man players are so egotistical. They have so much of an ego, from my experience, that if someone keeps KOing them, like, well, let me put it this way. Anything that sets off a Spider-Man, they will just stop playing normally. They will make bad decisions. They'll be irrational. They'll focus the wrong targets because someone pushed the buttons. They might even start typing. That's my experience from Spider-Man. So they start off great, but whatever flicks their switch, hits those buttons, they just start behaving in such a strange way at that point, where that is when they start getting like KO'd repeatedly, and that is where they start feeling weird. And so that's where I'm going. I hope you guys don't hear too much of me messing with my mic. I need a new mic. This mic is not holding up anymore. They're so convinced it's hard to play Spider. Yes, and I do agree they never swap. You're right. Deacon says Deacon said Spider-Man are either great or terrible. No, but Jesus, y'all make this difficult. I had the Spider-Man swap before so the other DPS could play him. I've seen that. Spider-Man could be playing into Namor, Thing, and Bucky and still never swap. Yeah, I'll say Spider-Man players don't swap. But why is it their fault though? Like, I think that's where my disconnect comes in. Why is it the Spider-Man's fault that the game's lost? Because with Iron Fist, it's blatantly obvious. This dude's like running in and he sits in and basically just whoever KOs who first wins type of gameplay most of the time. What does a Spider-Man do that really is like popping? This guy is tossing games, bro. What are you not seeing? I think like that's where that disconnect comes from for me, I think. He needs his own tier above? Holy crap. That's wild. I will say the ego. People know Spidey can clear whole teams, and even when they are denied by the opposing team, they still think they can pull it off. I do notice a lot of Spider-Man players may not know the best time to ult. They're very easily read, but I think again, they're easily read because they tend to get triggered. Whatever pushes their buttons or flips their switch, they start playing in a way where they're very easily read and easily manipulated. Like, only the cool, calm, and collected Spider-Man actually, like, even if they don't get KOs, they still play really well, like really well. But the push the button Spider-Mans, those ones will like fly into danger, get KO'd repeatedly, get stuck on walls, and you can see their performance deteriorating. And so that's usually what I'm talking about. Boopity Boppity? I like that name. Hello, by the way. I say it's the one shot or no shot mentality. I can see that. If Spider-Man is bad, then it's basically 5v6. But even if he's bad, I swear Spider-Man still does stuff. He still makes it so that the team has to pay attention to him, no? The 7 and 15 Spidey that still thinks he's the best DPS player in the lobby. It's their fault when they are 4-11. You have a bunch of KOs or no KOs. So the easiest way to counter Spider-Man is to tilt them. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. And he doesn't stay in the backline for long. I agree with that. I agree with that. How about this? How about this? I will say that Spider-Man players don't intentionally mess the team over. All right? As much as you guys may feel, the Spider-Man players that I've played with, I don't think that they intentionally just ruin your game. Whatever they're doing, you also have to factor in Spider-Man's very mechanical. So they could be also like processing playing the character in general, which could skew what their thought process is in the first place. But I think that they believe what they are doing is valuable every single time they do it. The only time that it's not is when they get tilted. So I think with that mindset, he has to be a professional athlete. He's not intentionally throwing your games. And if he does, it's mainly because he's upset. He's tilted. He's triggered. But very rarely, even if he doesn't get KOs, is this guy just straight up like losing you games. Now, I could be biased because I only really see a lot of Spider-Man players in high rank. Lower rank Spider-Man, I feel like just get away with so much though. I feel like a higher rank Spider-Man would throw more games than a lower rank Spider-Man. Also, we have to factor in, are your Spider-Mans that you're talking about real Spider-Man players or just ones that are just, you know, dabbling in them? You know what I mean? Because you could tell. Anyone could tell a real Spider-Man player from like a dabbling. Even if they're not lowered, you could tell who has more time on a character based off their movements. I think the ones that play Spider-Man a lot do believe that what they're doing is right and will try to play properly until they are triggered. If someone pushes their buttons, if it's a Namor, if it's whatever, then they just start flailing about and just doing some random stuff and running in and getting KO'd, running in and getting KO'd. That's what I see, but it's only after they are tilted. I'm still on the fence though. Y'all can sway me. What you got? He can do that, but more often than not, he caves in under pressure and won't admit to it. Okay. Lauren says, I don't think they do it intentionally either. Yeah, I don't think they do. Also, the one with the easiest way to get health packs asking for heal. Loser. Yeah, you're right. You're right on that one. I had a Spider-Man like pinging for heals, and I'm just thinking, bro, healers. I actually put this in chat. I was like, Spider-Man, you're swinging and moving around to do what? Dodge shots. Yeah, got it. Cool. If we need to heal you, but you're doing what you're doing to dodge shots, and we use shots to heal you, make it make sense. No, process that one. Make that one make sense, buddy. You're so smart. What does he do? Ping, ping, heals, heals, heals. So I think they're very hard-headed. I think a lot of Spider-Man players are kind of hard-headed when they don't get their way. But again, it's after you push their buttons. I think they're cool, calm, and collected until you push their buttons. And based off how they'll even swap before you push their buttons. But there's like a threshold of every Spider-Man. And depending on how good you are, it's lower or higher. But there's a threshold where if it's past that no point of return, they're never gonna swap and they're never gonna play well after that. I don't know what it is. I don't know why that's a thing, but it is a thing for them. That's a star mentality? So you think it's an all-stars mentality? They have Lord icons every time? Really? Personally don't care who someone plays, but dive characters in general are feast or famine. I agree with that, boopity boppity. I've seen Lord Spideys get diffed hard. I have to. You're supporting him more than MJ does. What's this? I mean, you guys know I'm not a Spider-Man main, so I don't main Spider-Man. I mean, I play him, but I don't main him. So you guys can definitely know what I'm saying is not biased. I'm just doing based off of the experience that I've had. So how do you tilt a Spidey as a healer? I need to know. It's usually, so here, last thing I'll say, and we'll place them. Here's what happens. Usually, especially in lower ranks, and they're starting to climb, Spider-Man players have one-dimensional thinking. Okay, and this is probably what's happening when you guys play. So I could be wrong though. Spider-Mans have one-dimensional thinking. What this means is that they are used to a 1, 2, 3 step plan. If anybody interrupts that 1, 2, 3 step plan, that's where they crumble and they don't know how to play and they start just getting KO'd repeatedly. To be fair, that's all characters. Every player has a specific play style, and you'd be lying if you said that you don't, where if someone is smart enough to figure out what you're doing and cut you off, you don't know how to play anymore. Obviously, the better you get, you have multiple ways to approach an angle, or you'll just swap characters, right? Like, obviously, if you're used to diving in as Spider-Man and doing a punch, if you get caught every single time, maybe a better Spider-Man player will be like, that's not working. What else can I do? Most don't do that. And that goes for every character. This is why a lot of the times the support players, when they get picked by the enemy carry or whatever, they don't know what to do anymore because they're not used to having a different way to play. Usually, most support players generally stay with their team. If you're picked off all the time, what do you do then? And then they, so it's not just a Spider-Man thing, but it's more noticeable with Spider-Man because he's more noticeable of a character, right? So is it a Spider-Man thing, or is it just exacerbated by playing Spider-Man? That is the question here. What happens when you see a cat player not able to play the way a cat player wants to play? What happens when you see a invisible woman and her invisibility is not working when they jump? And then I've actually seen this. It's hilarious. I'll play Star-Lord, and there is this one invisible woman where I would go onto them and they would jump invisible, and I'd shoot. He'll see you, obviously, because it's an AoE, and then I'll KO her. I did this the entire match. There was not a plan B for this character. That is what I'm saying, is that some players do not have a plan B. And if you can interrupt their mindset, they crumble. They don't know what to do anymore. They don't know how to play. That is unfair to say that's a Spider-Man thing. I just think it's further exacerbated by that character. So I think with that in mind, they're not intentionally throwing your games. They just don't know what to do after that. However, not swapping, if it's not working, is a Spider-Man thing, too. I will agree to that. They don't swap that often. But I want to say that because he's more useful than Captain, as an example, even if he's not playing that well, he doesn't deserve to be an All-Stars. And from my experience as well, he also tries to neutralize the threat of the enemy team. If you tell him, go get that person, I have yet to see a Spider-Man that's like, forget you, I'll do what I want. They will go get that person you tell them to do, or tell them to go get. Whether or not they do it is, whether or not they're successful, I mean, that's a skill set, that's a skill diff. But like, the player isn't a butthole and it's just like, you know what? No, you handle it. They will go target that character as long as you tell them who to target. So I think he deserves to be a professional athlete, because Spider-Man players, although they have their bad days, they are trying to play the game properly. They are trying to win the game. They just don't ever swap when you need them to. And if you push their buttons, or they do not understand, they don't have a plan B because maybe their main way of playing isn't working, they just fumble and they have a bad time. Remember, I think intent is a big one. They don't intentionally suck. They just don't know what to do. So then they don't swap. Right? Type of professional athlete, I'll give that to you. I think he's borderline all-stars, but the fact is, there's no intent, you know? Like, there's no intent of a Spider-Man ruining your game. That's where I'm getting at. Iron Fist, even if you ask this guy to do something different, he will not, from my experience. But Spider-Man will. He will try to do whatever else he can, especially if he's doing poorly. Unless you run into a very toxic one, but, you know, that's a different one. Let's be honest. So is your argument that a bad playing Spider-Man is useless, but not to detriment? I don't think a bad playing Spider-Man is useless. Everybody says I'm wrong. I don't think so. Isn't a good, let's be honest, even if you don't get KOs as Spider-Man, isn't he still annoying to deal with? Have you truly ever ignored a Spider-Man that is quote unquote bad? Have you truly ever was like, you are so awful, enemy team Spider-Man, I'm gonna ignore you the entire game? Never. Even if this guy's 0 and 82, you are gonna focus when that guy comes in because he's Spider-Man. That's what I'm saying. It's like, even if he doesn't play really well, he is still a threat. He's still on that meter. There is no easy way to deal with Spider-Man. He is a threat all the time. As Iron Fist, he comes in, you just wait him out, insta-take him out. Boom. Spider-Man comes in, smacks you once or twice, flies away. Even if he's not getting any KOs, if the enemy team can time it properly, you're going to take out somebody for them paying attention to the Spider-Man every single time, even if they're not playing that bad. And I think maybe that's where I'm thinking it's okay, because I usually play around how my team plays, especially when I'm tank. If I see a Spider-Man go in, even I don't know what he's doing, but in means in, I'm going to pressure too, because now you got two of us to worry about. The same thing when I play a DPS. When I play Black Panther, when I play Hawkeye or whatever, I still pay attention to that Spider-Man because he is giving us an opening. He doesn't know he's doing it. Even in low rank, obviously, they don't know timing. But if I can at least time my stuff with your stuff, we usually are successful. But again, that's me. That's me. Agree to disagree? That is true. That is true. I'm just trying to, I see your point, but I am also factoring in all the players from all ranks, you know? And just being a Spider-Man player myself. Again, I don't main them, but I put hours into them. I know that what players may think is happening is not happening, in my opinion. Which is maybe why I have a little bit more leeway on Spider-Man players in general, because I've been on that other end. I know you may think I'm trolling, but I'm not. I just can't do something specific. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure you guys have been in that situation where someone calls you out and it's like, bro, what are you talking about? I'm not even doing that. Like, if you're a healer, they're like, heal. And it's like, I am healing you. Where are you at? Are you in this game? Or, you know, you might be targeting a flying character as a DPS, and people are like, DPS suck, they can't take the flyer. And yet the DPS are taking the flyer out every single time the flyer is present. It's just you keep KOing to the flyer. Or the tanks being told that they're not tanking right, even though they are. It's sometimes the way that you see it is a little bit different than how it's playing out on that person's screen. And I think we sometimes misinterpret what they're doing. From my perspective, I try to get in their head of what they're thinking. And yes, sometimes Spider-Man players do be a little bit troll. They aren't doing it maliciously. Sometimes they just don't know. And you can't really fault a player like that for not playing well. You know? Like that's unfair. We can't fault a player for not being good. It's not about them being good or bad players. It's about them being intentional with how they want to throw your games. Most Spider-Man players may be bad to most people, but that's because that character is genuinely hard to play. And in a sense of if you just don't want to play basic. I don't ever really think the character is that hard because what I do is I just go in, punch a few times, run away, punch a few times, run away, and then just ult. That's how I play. But like most one-trick Spider-Man, for some reason they want to enter the gymnastics and they try to do all this crazy clip stuff that they see other really great Spider-Man players doing, which just makes their game a lot harder than it has to be. I mean, maybe that's why you guys have a lot more issues with him than I do. Because you might be having those Spider-Mans on your team that's copying some player that's way better than them, and it's not working. So... you know what? I'm going to go with you guys. I'm going to go with you guys on this one. We're going to put him at All-Stars. Because there are times where I've seen Spider-Man players, as I just said, try things that they shouldn't be trying, like pulling someone off the map and they just jump and then they just fall and they get KO'd. There's times where I've seen... it's hard, but I'm going to take your guys' word for it. But that's it. No more. We're not going to talk about it. I'm gonna take you guys' word for it. Obviously, my opinion differs, but a lot of you guys experience way different Spider-Man players than I do. So we're gonna put him at All-Stars. I'll give you guys that one. Next, we have Star-Lord. This one's kind of rough. With Star-Lord, I think, honestly, it's just coming down to the simple fact that does his ult get blocked? Because that's where Star-Lord players be ulting at the most inopportune times. And they don't learn either. They just keep popping ult at the worst time. But I played a lot of Star-Lord too, so I could be a little bit more biased about it because I understand how to adjust, but most of them don't, even if it's high rank. But like most Star-Lord players sometimes don't adjust when they should ult. Without ult, I don't think there's much of an issue to the person. It's just, if the Star-Lord player isn't much of a threat until they have ult and then they ult and waste it, it's kind of like, okay, then you're not really a threat at all during this game. So, yeah, pretty much. Dan says, put a separate category between Pro and All-Star for Spidey. Isn't that serious, Dan? Is it that serious? I do think that's where it belongs, though. But I think since majority of you guys want All-Star, I'll put All-Star. I'll put All-Star. I think for the most part, though, I put him on bench warmers. I don't know. The thing is, again, Star-Lord players usually never learn to ult better most of the time. From my experience of high ranks and low ranks. Whenever I see them ult, it's when the enemy team has their support ult, when their enemy team is inside, when the enemy team can take them out the sky, and then they just do it again. And like, they don't learn in the moment. And I think that is what really pushes me up to minor league, because that is a make or break ability for a team fight. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't ult properly with Star-Lord, you could just lose a team fight out. Just flat out lose it, because that was a very strong point to ult with. But the rest of the way that Star-Lord usually plays, I don't have a problem with, and they're usually impactful in their way. It's just that ultimate. They don't learn. And they keep firing it off repeatedly and just having the ultimate to be blocked or something like that. Next is Storm. With Storm, just like Dan said, I think it's just pretty much a chill character. I've ran into some Storm players that are kind of toxic when it comes to being healed. But for the most part, you don't really pay attention to having one on your team. And usually when you do, they do a great job with enhancing you with your damage and giving you movement speed. So, and they do like the peel. So I think they're a bitch warmer. I think they're a bitch warmer for sure. Hogan thing, Hall of Famer, they throw Wolverine. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Also, what's up, Christian? Hello, good to see you. Hello, hello. Storm Smurfs are mega toxic. I can see that. Fires have so many counters. They kind of just learn to chill. That's true. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. For sure. That could probably be why. I actually did want to do a Smurf list one day. That was it my thing. I want to do like a list of like which characters are more likely to be the Smurfs, or like which characters are super strong at like when you're Smurfing with them. I mean, like which would be just really like, oh, if you got a Smurf on your team or the enemy team and they play that character, how strong is that character? I wanted to do kind of like a list like that. I feel like that'd be super fun. Squirrel Girl. I don't really have any issues with Squirrel Girl either. They just do their job. A Smurf list? Yeah. I think a Smurf list would be fun. Especially because I am um I don't usually Smurf with characters that I know. Well, obviously now I know them all, but before when I did it, I didn't. But when I did certain characters, it was so obvious how strong it was because I had knowledge of being a better player. I was like, dude, this character is ridiculous. So I thought it'd be super fun to make. Squirrel Girls are there to tilt the enemy team. You're not wrong. I literally was in a match with Squirrel Girl and I just felt so bad picking on people. There were these two healers and it was on the Asgard map with the Rams or the goats or whatever. And they would walk out and I just pop up. And you know, it's so sad because they're only out of position to heal their team. Because most healers, you know, if you guys are strategist players, you guys understand this. Most of the time, you're not focusing on your positioning because you're more focused on like the situation at hand. And so you can tell they're trying to run to get back to helping their team than actually being safe. And every single time they did it, bop, 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 KO, pop, 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 double KO. And I just felt so bad because you know they are tilting, they're fuming because their play style is slowly deteriorating. You could always tell when someone's upset because they start playing worse and worse and worse every time they respawn. And you could tell that they're playing worse. You could tell that they're really mad. And then you could tell that they're telling their team to come get you because the whole entire team starts to focus me. And it's like, I feel so bad. I feel so bad. And it's even worse when they try to ult and you pop them out of ult. Like as soon as they start to ult, you just bam, insta kill or insta KO right before they ult. I felt so bad. Squirrel Girl is a tilter. I can't stand that character. I mean, I know how to deal with her now, but like a good Squirrel Girl is very frustrating to play against. And if your team doesn't know how to play against Squirrel Girl, she's so tilting, it's hilarious. It's actually hilarious. Exactly, loser. You be taking shots from the other side of the map, literally KOing them as they walk in. She's such a tilting character. She's such a tilting character. But I always feel bad. But I think she's chill. When I have her on my team, I don't really have any issues with her. She's just always getting away. She's always providing cover fire. I mean, you can't really miss with this character, let's be honest. Even if you miss, you still do damage. There's not really much of an issue. So I just think she's just chilling. Supports you playing Mario Party with Squirrel Girl? Yo, true. Because she 3-taps supports. It's actually insane how strong that character is. Dude, when the Squirrel Girl Stampede like comes back, it's bad because you don't think you're gonna KO. Well, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just dumb. But sometimes I'll let it pass me and it's like, I'm fine. And then it like ricochets off whatever and comes back. And I'm like, I didn't even think it was gonna come back. It was on the map for like 5 seconds already. I thought I was chilling. Nope, that thing lasts forever. It's actually so, or it'll go super far away. And then for some reason it just comes back. And it's like, bro, how did you go from across the map and come back? I thought I was safe. Next we have Punisher. Honestly, I think the Punisher, I think he's just chilling. I don't really have a problem with the Punisher. If he's picked, he's picked. If he's not, he's not. It's whatever. I don't really have an issue with that character. The Thing? God. Okay, so people think that Emma Frost counters the Thing. I don't really comment on it too much though, but a lot of people think that the Thing is just like auto losing to Emma. And I'm always thinking, how? When I play him, I don't ever run into this issue. But as I've played more and more this season, and I happen to run in more and more of the Things, they do not have an off switch. The Thing does the same thing every single time. It is wild. Like, every time. There's no, oh, it doesn't work. Nope. Every time the same thing. And it's like, no wonder you're getting KO'd, fam. So if this is the strategy of the Thing that the things that I've been playing with, I can understand why people think the Thing is countered by Emma, because they do the same thing every single time. There's no deviation. There's no slow gameplay. I just freaking go crazy forward. There's no going back. And then that's that. And then they just get caught, and then they just get exploded, and then it's like, or they'll just run in when nobody's even paying attention. So, in my opinion, this dude throws games like no other. I mean, this guy's a professional baseball player. Like, it's crazy. I have seen some good things. I have. I'm not going to lie and say I haven't. But with the addition of Emma, because she's very good at punishing mistakes. She's very good at, if you do something wrong, she'll take advantage of you. It's not because she's strong. It's because she's very good at taking advantage of you. The Thing players can't just mindlessly run in and cause chaos anymore. They effectively have to adjust their playstyle from a whole entire season of 1 to 2. And so the ones that I've run into don't adjust their playstyle at all. Not even against Emma, but against everything. They just run in and get shot up. And I'm just like, bruh, wait, don't do that now. Even when I'm going against the Thing, I'll play something like Hawkeye, and this guy's just running into me. Straightforward, mind you, multiple times, and I'm just like, bah, 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 KO. Eventually, he'll learn to not run directly into people. Nope, bah, 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 KO. I guess this is just what we're gonna do then, because you clearly don't understand what we're doing. That's my thought process. So, he literally does the same thing over and over again. There's no off switch, there's no deviation, and he just either it works or it doesn't, and we lose. And I've lost with more Thing players than I've won this season. And it's not because of Emma. Even when she's not even in the game, they just run in repeatedly. That's my thought. That's my story. But obviously, I want to know what you guys think, of course, with it. So my boy Cabin All-Stars, let's go. Oh, wait. Are you calling him a throw pick? We were just talking. Well, we're not just talking about you, but when I placed them, Spurs, I was bringing you up. That's funny. Sometimes you gotta accept your fate against a Squirrel Girl stampede. That's what I think. Punishers sometimes have zero awareness. It's rough to keep the one alive. I can see that. I think sometimes they just ignore. Maybe you're right. I think Punishers just straight up ignore people. But maybe you're right. Maybe they just don't have any awareness this whole entire time. Maybe I've been giving them too much credit. Okay, my second time playing Rocket. Just now, didn't have to switch. 11-2, but no final hits. 100 or 1500 damage. Yeah, you see, even you don't even play Rocket. You pump shots. So like that's why I was saying, like, do Rocket mains intentionally choose not to shoot? Run in, load punch, jump in, repeat, or jump out and repeat. Yeah. If it works. I feel like if it doesn't work, they don't really know what to do, and they just do the same thing over and over again. I put someone of a thing player. If all you have is this hammer, all your problems are gonna look like nails. Yo. That is actually insane. That is an insane way to look at it. I can't with people who don't adjust their gameplay. Like, I cannot keep you alive through all that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, is like the thing players generally do not adjust their gameplay. But I am probably being biased. I'm going based off my things. I want to put him in Hall of Fame, but I will give you guys a decision of that because I don't want to be biased. But I've lost a lot of games this season due to that character and just them not wanting to adjust their gameplay. So, I'll make another poll. Hall of Fame or All-Stars. But he is definitely going to one of those. Up to you guys. Put that vote in. What we got? Do you guys have a similar issue that I have with the Thing? Even on the enemy team, like I said, it's not just my team, it's the enemy team. He will continue to do the same thing over and over, and I just be feeling like it's an easy win. It's like, bro, you're running into us repeatedly. Or do you guys feel like, Papa, that's just you. The things that I run into, they usually do all right, you know, they know what they're doing. Where are we at with it? I feel like some people even pick the Thing to like peel, but they don't peel properly either. But those aren't Thing players. Those are just people wanting to try to pick them due to being a counter to other characters. It's close, dude. 50-50. Oh, not anymore. All-Stars are winning by 7%. It's getting close. It's getting close. Dan says, I actually realized that even after watching quite a lot of things, I actually don't know if they have a different strat. Being someone who's played the Thing for a while, I played him a lot last season. I tend to have different strats because that's just who I am as a player. But I also play multiple characters that have multiple strats attached to them, you know? So I can kind of like, you guys probably know what I'm talking about. Like if you guys play one character that's different from another, even though you are on a different character, you could probably still use the same strategy if necessary on another character. That's how I am with the Thing. But I feel like most players don't do that and they just do the same thing over. I run in, turn around, jump back to you. Run in, turn around, jump back to you. Without like thinking about walls or anything like that. And then again, this is why Emma is very strong into him, because players don't adapt. And so they feel like Emma's just really broken or she's super strong into the Thing. And it's like, no, you keep walking into her and she just keeps snatching you up. I think when it comes to melee characters that are tanks, players sometimes don't know how to be patient. And I do understand where this is coming from because you don't have ranged attacks, basically. So you feel like you're not doing anything if you're sitting there. But I guarantee you that sitting doing nothing for a few seconds is way better than permanently fighting all the time. If you can manage to do that, you'll be a way better melee tank player. I promise you. Looks like we're going to be putting him in the All-Star, though. He's going to go into the All-Star. He's right there. He's right there. The bright side is, though, I will say when the Thing notices that people are going to dive the backline, he does try to help them. I'll give him that. Next we have Thor. So I heard Spurs, you weren't the only one saying Thor should be in the Hall of Famer. I'm trying to like, the thing about Thor, he's very selfish. Not all of them, but like that's the design of the character, is you have to kind of be always fighting. But you have some Thors, it's like half and half of the spectrum. You have like the real Thor mains that are like, bro, I'm fighting until I get KO'd, bro. What's up? Come see me. Which is kind of good because the healers can keep him, you know, floating while still keeping himself floating. But you have like another Thor side where it's like they get a little low, and I mean a little, not even fully low, and then they just run away and then just sit there and wait to get healed and then spam heal. And I'm like, my guy, you're not gonna stay full HP. I don't know what you expect. Do you play Thor? What are you doing? It's not gonna happen. And so I'm kind of torn because those Thors get on my nerves. Nobody's gonna keep a Thor at 100%. Just, it's impossible. But we're not gonna let you KO. Where's the trust? I do know that a lot of Thor players don't time it right. But I cannot say I have Thors just straight throwing my games. Like, I can't say that they realistically are like, bro, forget the team. I'm doing what I want to do. Because even going against them, they'll sometimes peel. I've been one that will peel, but I don't want to use my experience as a way to gauge this one. They'll try to use cover. Like, I really haven't seen a Thor just straight up throw. Like, for real. But I could be biased. Or not biased, but I could be having a different experience than you guys. Anthony says, nice video on Emma. Just watched it earlier today. Hey, I'm glad you liked the video. Yeah, a lot of people were having trouble with her. So I was like, you know what? Let me make a video on it. Because I don't really have trouble with her. Let's see if I can help some people out. Yeah, flanking things are pretty nasty, Anthony. Hello, Shepard. Haven't seen you. Good to see you. Thor doesn't play the same as the Thing, and neither of them play like Mag or Strange. Yes? Wait. Wait, that comment? Was there a message? Was there a back message to that comment, Shepard? Or you just stayed in? Theme players are dumb. Whoa. Okay, I don't think they're dumb. I don't think they're dumb now. You have to play, you have the best kit for peeling and destroying divers, but you constantly run into the enemy team and feed like crazy. I mean, not all of them, but I know what you're talking about. I have seen them. For sure. More often than not, that is what's happening. But I will say that the Thing isn't just meant to be a defensive character, though. You know, that's up to the player. Like, playing between the two. Bro, I have to learn to be patient as a Thor main. Yeah, you do have to be patient. That's what I'm saying. I don't really see him throw. Like, I don't think he's a Hall of Famer, Spurs. I'm not sure. I think Cap has a high win rate because of low ranking. They need to separate it. If you think if he has a high rank and high rank, all right then. But I think he has a high rank because low rank players have a hard time dealing with characters that are divers. And I've been starting to see a lot of Captain American players on my alt accounts. So I don't know if that's just like skewed, but I'd never, ever struggle against that character. But when I play in lower ranks, everyone struggles. I'll probably still end up winning because I know how to like counter him. I have too many hours on this character to not know his ins and outs, but I can see why he gets away with a lot of what he gets away with. But I think that's why his win rate's high. I think his low rank kind of inflating it. But yeah, I had to use my own, you know, thought in it as well. Some people who play Thor aren't meant for him. I agree that. There's a mindset to him, 1000%. I'd give him pro athlete or high minor league. I could see that. I think it's kind of the same thing as like the Hulk. They're not intentionally throwing your games, you know, but they do have to play a certain way. And it's really up to how good you are at managing your health. It's a skill. I 1000% agree with that. It's a skill. Thor is not, you have to main him. There's some characters in this game that are main specific. You need to be that type of person to play that type of character. Thor is no exception. Now, I'm not saying you need to always just be in. You need to learn how to, you know, but you do need to know how deep you can go and how much you can pressure before you need to leave. And you need to know how to leave the situation and not get KO'd during it. Once you learn how to do that, you become a great Thor player. But I feel like, here's my thought on it. I feel like if you're a low rank Thor player and you're climbing, the game doesn't teach you what's wrong. And so this is what I've gotten a lot from like doing reviews for people that used to be in lower ranks and now they're in like Diamond or Grandmaster. The Thor plays how they played in low rank. And once they go against people who understand how to play against that, they don't know what to do anymore. And I think it's because in lower rank, they don't teach you how to not play. They don't teach you how to play Thor correctly. You could run over people in lower rank because they don't care about divers going to their backline. They don't care about dealing with you. It's hard. So they're just like, forget that guy. And you just steamroll throughout the entire team. They all split up. Everybody's going in their different directions. And Thor's just bam, 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 bam. Who's next? But as you get to a higher rank, that does not happen anymore. And I think it's just they don't understand how to adapt their play yet. And so if you're ever in a rank where you feel like, oh, my Thors are all awful, I think it's just because you're in a rank where people know how to deal with them now, and your Thors are still trying to learn. So it's not intentional, I'm ruining the game for you. It's more of like, I only am doing what I know. It's similar to the Hulk. It's, you know, you're not really ruining it on purpose. It's just, I don't know better yet. So I think he deserved to go there. Yeah, there's no intent to it. Next we have Venom. Venom's my boy. Okay. So there's there's a lot of Venoms this season. I've seen a lot, but there's like two types. There's like high rank Venoms and low rank Venoms. Not every character breaks down in this way, but this one does. In the tier list that I made from Bronze to Diamond, I put Venom low. In the tier list that I made for Diamond Plus to One Above All, I put him high. The reason is that people, it could be my experience, but I swear, people do not know how to play Venom properly in lower ranks. They go in at a weird time, and then they fly out when their team needs them. They don't survive long enough. They go back in when their overshield is down. They ult at wrong times. I would just rather have someone else on my team. That's where I'm getting at. In higher ranks, honestly, he's still kind of troll. He's one of those characters that are very player to player specific. Like, I think he's probably one of the only few characters that he's so malleable that it is player to player basis. It is not. He is one of those characters that does not have a general skill set. It is player to player. But I think because it's so flexible like that, people don't really understand how to utilize it correctly in lower ranks. In higher ranks, though, I think he's a threat almost all the time. So but also the top ranks are like a small percentage of the game. Right? Like how high is that? Like 20%? If we're going past Diamond, isn't it like 20%? Or is it like 30%? Whatever. But in low ranks, this guy's a thrower. I think I put him in professional athlete. You know, I think that he's not intentionally tossing the games, but man, this guy be tossing them. No, I lied. You put him with all-stars. Because he's similar to the Thing. Most Venoms don't adjust their playstyle. They just do it over and over again. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. Any objections to this one? I think I'm okay with that one. They don't usually adjust how they play. They just say my team sucks because they don't heal me, and then that's that. Like, more often than not. You feel like Venom's minor league, Dan? So I'm way off. I'm way off with the ranking then for you, Dan. Cap is top 5 of Celestial and top 11 in Eternity? That's wild. I wonder if it's because there's no more duo queue this season, so he can thrive more. That's probably what it is. Or no more team queue. I'm sorry. That's probably what it is. I think Thor would shine a lot then too. But also, not many people play Cap, so the win rate could kind of be inflated as well. So you gotta keep that in mind too. Actually, if we're looking, are we looking at the hot list or on their site? Because they don't update it from season to season, so that actually could be last season. Or are you looking at Marvel Rivals Tracker? I agree. There's like a switch for Venom players. Once they get it, they get it. No matter how many guys they watch, they need that switch. Yeah, exactly. So I think All Stars is fine. Strictly being because they pretty much behave like the Thing. I'm gonna do the same thing over and over again and hope it works. And you have to either follow me doing it, or I just, gonna be low and you come help me again. Like usually when you guys see me play Venom, if you guys have, I'm very aware of what my team is capable of and where they are. So if I go in, I'm buying the time, and that time that I'm buying is the time that they're using to play. But I notice a lot of lower ranks when it comes to dive characters. And if you're a dive player, something to really think about is like when I dive, what the time that I'm giving you, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, whatever, is my team utilizing that? And a lot of the times in lower rank, they aren't. And so people get upset when they play dive characters, like, oh my God, my teams never do anything when I'm diving. And really, if you want to get over that hump, just look at your replay, look where you went in, and ask yourself at that moment, what was your team doing? And were they able to capitalize on what you did? If not, there's your problem. Fix that problem, you'll be a GOAT. For sure. Yeah, I want to say he's top due to lack of people playing him. What's his pick rate? Can you give me that information? I'm genuinely curious. Because and during my climb, I haven't had an issue with Captain America ever. Like I would always win against that character. To be fair, I could have been inflating some numbers. Nah, I stopped playing them once I hit a certain rank. I didn't find them as fun. Wait, so pro athletes are not throws? They are throws. As Reed made, I love seeing at the bottom. Who do you think you'd ever? You would never hear that in a tier list until today. Winter Soldier. So with Winter Soldier, I don't think I ever had an issue with him. Bro, like if you play Winter Soldier, you're a special breed. And only that breed plays Winter Soldier. Like, let's be real. That is a specific type of player that plays Winter Soldier. That's not a normal player. You are different. And usually when I have those Winter Soldier players, they don't cause any problems. They play the game normally. They ult properly, no matter the rank, They do their job and they either do it decently or they do it really well. I don't ever really see they peel for people. Also, if like Spider-Man flies in, they uppercut them. Like, they really are a team player. I don't really have a problem with Bucky. I think he's like, no matter what rank you're in, that player has some really great game sense, like really great game sense. I don't know why, but that's just how it is. You guys have a fictional crush on Bucky? Respect. Wait, is it the Bucky in Rivals or Bucky as a character everywhere in general? All of my Buckies really? That's interesting. Guess it could be too very few of us, so you really know what you're doing if you're playing him at high ranks. Yeah, that's kind of where my thought process was like. But he also did get buffed pretty majorly last patch too. But when I see, like, I've looked at a few above all people play Cap, and they aren't Cap mains. So I don't think there are a lot of Cap players in One Above All, or even in Eternity, because they don't play like him. They like play like Strange. It's weird. It's weird. If you've ever looked at him, you'd be like, huh, that's interesting. So in Rivals, his voice lines. That's funny. Yeah, I do. I like Bucky. I think they did a solid job with Bucky for sure. I rarely see people do poorly with Winter Soldier, and they swap often. They swap off often from my experience. Yeah, same. A lot of low rank Venom players go way too deep for my daggers to reach. That's saying something. If you are a Cloak and Dagger main and someone goes farther than your daggers, that is saying something. That is saying something. I've never seen the MCU movies. I've seen people thirst over sub, but I kind of DC. Wait, what? Oh, but I prefer the Rivals version. Yeah, they do thirst over the actor. I think the actor became... I think the thirst for Bucky would be more when he had long hair. That version of him, rather than the newer version of him where his hair is short and he's not as mysterious and intense. I could be wrong though, because I'm not thirsting, but I just would assume that people like that version of Bucky more than the other version. I like them both though, personally. I think the actor is doing a great job depicting him, and I think the writing is great. But just in terms of thirsting over the person. I haven't again trouble. Dude, sometimes I don't even hear armed and dangerous. He just instantly ults and I hear again. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's not the line. Who just got KO'd? What's worse? Oh my God. Ain't nothing worse than someone being low, running to you, and getting hit with Winter Soldier ult. If that's not the most toxic response ever, that is bannable. If I were able to control who is banned, that player would never play Marvel Rivals again. Ever. Just IP address ban, never making a new account, banning your computer, your whole device, never. You do not be 5 HP, have this dude on top of me and you for me to get executed right after. Nah. Bannable. 1000% bannable. Get out of my game. Last we have Wolverine. So actually, there's some griefers there's some griefer Wolverines. Some of these characters really aren't played as much in low rank, so I have to do my best to turn off the high rank switch, because obviously it'll be biased. Like high rank Wolverine players play Wolverine and they know how to play Wolverine, obviously. But I don't see him a lot in low ranks, but when I do, I swear most of the time he's troll. And when I say low rank, I mean, I'm not talking about bronze, silver. I'm talking about like diamonds, like anywhere in that section, like diamond and below, I feel like is low rank. And I think diamond to like grandmaster is mid rank. And then I think Celestial and One Above All is like high rank. Like I think that's kind of where it's broken, because I feel like grandmaster players have a lot to learn and they haven't learned it yet. But once you get to Celestial, mid Celestial, you'll start noticing a difference in gameplay, and you'll start noticing, oh, we for real now. Like that's when you'll notice it. But so when I say low rank, it's between bronze and diamond. And Wolverine players, a little sus sometimes. Wolverine's not getting banned as much? I wouldn't think so. Not anymore. Poppin', that's toxic. Yo, that's true. Don't be running to me. Dude, instant ban. Get out of here. I don't want to see that. If I see any enemy Wolverine, bet I'm playing invisible just to push him off every time. True. I never actually play her that much. I play her when I really have to, but I never had run into that interaction before. That's true. Oh, I've never seen it. Seriously. That's mind-boggling that I've never seen it, because I see her every game. But that's like OP. That's OP. Logan in All Stars? Wolverine is deceptively hard to play. Watching one, no matter the skill level, looks brain dead. Wait a second. Wait a second. Is that true? Is Wolverine actually hard to play? During my stint of Wolverine gameplay, it wasn't that he was hard, it was that he was different. Does being different mean you're hard? I just think you need to learn the intricacies, and then once you do, you got it, right? Because I feel like once you get it, you got it. Like once you get it, you got it, right? Like that's how I feel about it, at least. Yeah, I will say the jump is kind of sus to land. I won't lie. Yeah, I think once the passive of the Wolverine gets taken away, that is a solid point. I think once the passive of the Wolverine gets taken away, people don't really play him as like crazy anymore. So, yeah, I could say that he I could say that he's pretty spammy. Like I definitely can agree that he requires micro inputs to like be effective. Like he's not just like I press this one button and then job's complete. Like he requires you to use all of his buttons, and you also need to manage specific things. So I will give you that. But I don't think that at a lower level, right? Let's just try to say we're not trying to be 100% efficient. Okay, like a lower level Wolverine doesn't matter the rank. I just mean like a decent Wolverine doesn't really need to think about that. It's similar to like Cap. Like for me, I don't really do the animation cancel as much as Cap. Spurs will attest. I don't do it, right? Now it's not to say that you need to, but if you want to get the max efficiency out of that character, adding in the animation cancels help. I feel like with Wolverine, it's the same way. It's like you don't need to manage everything. You don't need the little intricacies. But if you do that, you're getting more of that top efficiency coming from that character. So I think that part does require an exceptional amount of skill. I don't usually see Wolverines toss my games out though. I think usually what will happen is they just aren't useful, but they don't throw. They just don't do as much. But I usually see. Honestly, I don't even see Wolverine until he ults. Like just randomly, he just pops it out. It's like, oh, I have a Wolverine on my team. Okay, that's cool. They just go back to doing whatever they were doing. That's literally how it is every time. Every time. So I think they need to fix the animation cancels for all characters. I think animation cancels are in every game. I mean, I guess they can maybe lock them out. But I noticed this isn't for this game, but this is for another game. So, a lot of the times when developers create characters, they don't always know what the character can do. And the players will always figure out some crazy thing like animation cancels. They'll figure things out. At that point, the developers then think, is it worth taking out? Because we tested it, whatever. We didn't notice that was a thing, but you guys did. Do we take this away? And if it's to a detriment, they will. So like the animation cancel for Strange, the animation cancel for Jeff that someone brought up, the animation cancel for Captain America, a few other characters, actually there's a lot of them that do some sort of animation cancel. I don't think it's so bad that they need to take it out. Like I don't think it's so strong, so they don't. Again, I can't say that for Marvels, but for other games that I've covered, that is the consensus of what's happening. And so generally, I don't think they need to fix it unless it's like broken. But I don't think it's broken. I think it's just in there to be in there, you know? So yeah, I think some of it might cause glitches though. So I think in Cloak and Dagger's case, I think it caused glitch. I could be wrong. I don't really have a say so for this character, guys. Like, he's usually fine, but I don't think he's a bench warmer. I think he's a minor league. You know, I think whatever he does, he feels like he's doing it in the right. He's not trying to throw your games. He's not trying to be toxic to you. He's just being Wolverine. He's trying. He's trying. Not the ones who don't play Wolverine, but the actual Wolverine players. Because there are some people who like first time or second time Wolverine, and you could tell. But like the real Wolverine players, they try. They do what they can. But because sometimes they do throw, we can't just have them at bench warmers. Bench warmers are the characters that never throw. Like, they're solid. If they're on your team, they're not going to negatively impact your team. They're chilling. They don't really have no problems. Minor leagues are the characters that from time to time, they can kind of troll a fight or they can troll a match every now and then by how they play from time to time. It's not intentional, but they can ruin you. Professional athlete are characters that can kind of drastically ruin a fight. Even though it's not intentional, they can still kind of screw up a fight and cost a fight. And they don't swap a lot of the times. Minor leagues also full of people who don't swap as well. But professional athletes are for those. I don't swap. I also ruin games sometimes. You know, it's not intentional, but hey, it is what it is. But I'm gonna keep playing my character. All-stars are the players that they are stubborn. They don't like to swap, right? They are pretty much selfish to how they want to play. And it's not intentional. They just don't really know many ways to play differently. These characters tend to only play one way unless you're a true main, a hardcore main. And that's only a small percentage of the actual players. So they want to do what they want to do, and they're going to continue to do it. And it's not to be rude, but it's just they don't really have another way to play. That's how they always play. Therefore, I need to learn. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm doing. Hall of Famer. Wow, that's only one. Hall of Famer is the characters that are, I don't care about you. I don't care about my team. I don't care about switching. I will do what I want to do, and I will do it when I want to do it. I don't play with my team. I don't care. I'm going to focus on what I'm doing. And that's why Iron Fist is there. I guess no other character is there. Some of the All-Stars could have potentially been Hall of Famers. It's been cutting it close. I mean, some of these are kind of close. I'm not going to lie. Some of them are kind of close everywhere. But for the most part, because majority of the Iron Fist players tend to not care about anybody but how they want to play in themselves, even though that they acknowledge it, we got to put in a Hall of Famer. Iron Fist on his throne. Yeah, I mean, seriously, like that. I guess that's just how it is. That's just how it is. What is this list? Who's the most likely to throw your games? So if you want to think about it this way, you could think, well, who on your team is going to probably be the reason, not really the sole reason, but help into losing your games, right? Hall of Famers are going to be the ones where it's like, oh, you most likely are going to be the reasons why we win or why we lose. All-stars, you know, it depends. Professional, they don't really do it on accident. I mean, they don't really do it on purpose. You know, they might not switch, but they don't do it on purpose. But I pretty much already explained it. I don't want to go through it again. But I think this is a pretty solid list that we got. I'm probably going to be doing more troll lists too, because they're fun to do. They're fun to do. I might do the A Smurf list next. We'll see. We'll see. But it was fun. This was a lot longer than I expected to, but we were sharing stories like crazy, so it was a lot longer than it should have been. I was like shooting for 2 hours. It became 4 real fast, but we were having a good time. It's not about it being useful, Rengar. That's why it's not a tier list based off of that. Nobody likes Iron Fist to ignore the enemy. I guess that's true. Also, what's up, Rengar? Good to see you. Hello, hello. And Jordan, hello. I didn't even acknowledge you. I apologize. But this is the list that we have. As I said, I probably will do another list, not back to back. I'll probably do it like, maybe I'll play some games, or something on Thursday. I don't think I'll stream tomorrow, but I don't want it to be back to back tier list. This is just something fun that I wanted to do. We'll see what the next stream has in store. Maybe I'll do a seminar of some kind. Maybe I'll think about doing one of those, see if you guys enjoy that. I feel like that can be useful, and I wanted to start bringing it in, but we'll see. We'll see. But anyway, troll tier list are best tier list. Facts. But anyway, this is it. As always, I appreciate you guys watching. It really does mean a lot. I appreciate the super chats from iTest. I appreciate the new member. I appreciate becoming a new member. The name is on the tip of my tongue. I think it's the Lynx Hawk. Why am I so bad, guys? My brain is so bad at remembering names. The Link Hawkins. I knew it was something. I was thinking of Zelda. That's why. I was thinking of Zelda. But the Link Hawkins. I appreciate you becoming a member. Although it took you some time. As you said, it's perfectly okay. I appreciate all the support regardless. If you guys can't become members, at least you're watching the content. And that means a lot as well. If you guys want to become a member to help support the channel, as well as like the content that I do, like the free stuff that I usually do, that is because of the members. So the coaching, the reviews, the seminars, which I do plan to have, like I just said, like these are all because of them. So all that time spent is because of them. So again, thank them if you ever gotten anything from them, and I really do appreciate it. If you want to consider that, check out the join button down below, or the link down below. If you do not see the join button, you can check it out there. Again, appreciate you, the Link Hawkins, and of course all the members that are also supporting the channel as well. But without a doubt, thank you guys for watching. Deacon, thank you for being here. Boopity Boppity, that name is hilarious. Dreadhead, thank you for being here. Dan, Rengar, Lauren, Manon, Jordan, AL, Anthony, Poisonous, Topsy Nerve. I didn't even say hello to you. I feel so bad. Brick, I didn't even say hello to you. I feel so bad. I acknowledge you guys, but I didn't say your names. Spurs, thank you guys for all being here, and anyone that is lurking, I appreciate you guys being here as well. Hope you have a great rest of your day or your night. I might stream on, I do plan to stream on Thursday, but obviously you guys will know if I put the little thing out for you guys. Peace, late. Have a good rest of your day or night, and until next time, you know what I always say. You guys should do what? Pop it often. Will often. Have a great rest of your day or night whenever you're watching this.